like to call this meeting of the Woonsocket City Council to order for Tuesday, October 4th, 2022. All set?
Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to call this meeting of the Woonsocket City Council to order on Tuesday, October 4th, 2022. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Canoia?
Here.
Councilwoman Gonzalez?
Here.
Councilman Gillette?
Here.
Councilwoman Sierra?
Here.
Councilman Susi?
Here.
Councilman Ward?
Here.
President Gendron?
Here. If we could have a motion and a second to open the hearing.
So moved. Second.
Motion made by Councilman Canoia, seconded by Councilman Ward. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, and the hearing is open. At this point, I would like to ask the city clerk and the city council's legal counsel to switch seats.
Mr. President, before I do that, I'd like to pass out some documents that I'll be referring to and address everyone.
Perfect.
With some ground rules to begin. So I'll take my seat as soon as I pass things out.
Okay. And then we'll have you use a mic when you're doing the ground rules.
Thank you. First package of documents that I'll be referring to the clerk. Package for the stenographer. Package for Attorney Larissa, who represents the complainant, Councilwoman Sierra. And a package for Mr. Leprezera and Mr. Trainee, who represent the mayor. Thank you. You're welcome. Mr. President, as you may know, my name is Jim Marusak, and it's a pleasure to be here this evening. As everyone is aware, this is a proceeding for the removal of the mayor instituted by a verified complaint lodged by a city councilwoman, Sierra, explicitly pursuant to the authority and procedures found in the city charter, chapter 16. The hearing and evidence by charter is limited strictly to the complaint, containing 9 charges in this case, and 26 exhibits. They were all verified on September 6, 2022. It's also limited to, of course, the mayor's defense, which will be directly related to those specific charges. I'm present in the capacity of acting city solicitor because the city solicitor, Mr. DeSimone, has recused himself from participating in all removal processes due to conflicts arising from the city charter, chapter 10, article 1, sections 2A and B. Section A states, in essence, that the city solicitor shall be the attorney for the city and legal advisor to the mayor and to the city council and others. Section B also requires the solicitor to examine and approve all forms of all legal documents. And so the solicitor has indicated that he is unable to fairly represent both the mayor and the city council and the city council members at the same time, and that those functions should be performed by others. Accordingly, I've been asked to represent the interests of the city and the city council for the purposes of assuring that the complaint and the proposed alternative resolutions are in proper legal form, and also to see that the hearing on removal proceeds in conformity with charter requirements. So that'll be my role tonight. Mr. Lepizzera and Mr. Trainey have been designated by the mayor to represent her interests, and Mr. Larissa has been appointed to assist Councilwoman Sierra in the presentation of her complaint, which was verified on September 6th in her capacity as a city councilwoman. In accordance with my duties pursuant to Charter 10, Article 1, Section 2B, I've handed to the city clerk and to the others my written opinion that the complaint and the alternate resolutions that are referenced in these proceedings are approved by me as to legal form. I'm not commenting on the contents one way or the other, but they are approved as to the form. In my opinion, they all conform precisely to the form required by the charter. So that certificate has been passed up to you along with copies of the complaint and copies of the 2 alternate resolutions that have been prepared, depending upon how you find at the end of this hearing. And so I would ask that they be made part of the official record this evening. Next, I'd like to bring to your attention the order of the Supreme Court, because it brings into focus much of what's going on here tonight. And it sets out very clearly, I think, the procedural turns that this matter has taken since it was first initiated by a verified complaint on September 6th. And I'm going to ask that too be made an official part of the record here tonight. I've handed that to the clerk and the stenographer and to all parties as well. I'd like to read that order for the record and for the public. It states, this is an order of the Supreme Court dated September 23, 2022. The petitioner Lisa Baldelli-Hunt filed a petition for extraordinary relief and request for stay and conference. Upon consideration of that filing, an injunction was issued by the duty justice on September 15, 2022, pending the consideration of the petitioner's petition by the full court at conference. The respondents have filed responses to the petition. Upon consideration by the full court at conference and after careful review, the petition for extraordinary relief and request for stay in conference is denied in its entirety. The injunction issued by the duty justice on September 15, 2022 is hereby vacated, entered as an order of this court, 23rd day of September 2022, signed by the clerk of the Supreme Court, Deborah A. Saunders. That's an important document because it sets, I think, in motion everything that's going to happen here this evening, and it sets it in perspective. The Supreme Court denied arguments that this type of proceeding violated constitutional provisions such as the separation of powers and due process concepts. So with that in mind, we will proceed this evening. With regard to these proceedings themselves, the following procedural ground rules will govern and should assist all parties in presentations of the complaint and the mayor's defense thereto. All parties should live by these rules. 1, the complainant, Councilwoman Sierra, shall first be sworn and proceed to present her complaint under oath. It's important because that is the critical document that we are discussing this night and that you will consider at the end of these proceedings. It's the same document that the mayor and her talented attorneys will be dealing with in presenting their defense. Once again, Councilwoman Sierra is advised to strictly restrict herself to the facts stated in each count of the verified complaint and exhibits. Third, the mayor, through Mr. Lepizzera, shall be afforded limited, pertinent cross-examination confined to matters that are directly relevant to the facts stated in the 9 charges dated September 6, 2022, the exhibits attached, and any matters testified to by Councilwoman Sierra during her direct presentation. Fourth, once again, I caution everyone that matters beyond the 9 verified charges and exhibits introduced on September 6, 2022, pursuant to Charter, will be considered irrelevant and out of order. Fifth, after Councilwoman Sierra's testimony, Mr. Lepizzera, on behalf of the mayor, will then be allowed to present the mayor's defense of all of the charges. Mr. Lepizzera may call witnesses. He can introduce documents, all of which must be directly material and relevant specifically to the charges stated in the complaint dated September 6, 2022. I'd now like to address some of the discovery requests that have been made. At Mr. Lepizzera's request, 14 city employees were requested to be ordered to appear tonight, and 3 others who are not city employees were also requested to be present here this evening. The charter says that the council shall command their appearance, and part of the package that I've made and is a part of the record now is first of all, the list submitted by Mr. Lepizzera at the last, I believe it was the last hearing. That's attached. Also, at Mr. Lepizzera's request, as I said, there were 3 non-employees who were sent similar letters to attend and commands to attend. Even though the city may not have the power to otherwise compel their attendance, we still did send out, at Mr. Lepizzera's request, the command that they be here this evening. The city's honored all of Mr. Lepizzera's requests and sent out all notices to all 17 individuals. And those notices are also made part of the record in the package that I handed up. Mr. Lepizzera also requested documents relative to the police contract from Councilman Knoyer. I've conferred with Mr. Councilman Knoyer about those documents, and he has produced a set of documents which are not made a part of the record at this time because those were requested by Mr. Lepizzera. It will be his option as to whether or not he seeks to introduce any of those records, and they'll be dealt with as he seeks to introduce them. So they are for identification, even though I placed them in the package. Missing from those documents are communications between Councilman Knoyer that involve the city solicitor. The reason that they are missing, and I'm advising that there are such communications, Councilman Knoyer has asserted the attorney-client privilege or the deliberative process privilege as to such communications. So everything other than documents that are claimed as privileged have been provided to Mr. Lepizzera through Councilperson Knoyer. Finally, the mayor, through her attorney, has, without identifying particular papers, requested what I call a blanket broad request for, quote, iterations, drafts, proposals, or other discussions relating to the removal complaint. As I understand it, you're asking for essentially drafts of the complaint, conversations or communications concerning the drafts, prior iterations, and the like. According to charter, as I read it, such documents, that is prior iterations, drafts, are not relevant or material. What is relevant and material tonight and through the duration of this hearing is the verified complaint. That is the document that the charges are contained in. That and all exhibits that are attached are what have been verified and have set forth this proceeding. So iterations leading up to it are, I think, neither irrelevant nor material, and they are also potentially privileged pursuant to the deliberative process, attorney-client, or work product privileges. Some of these documents could potentially be generated by the solicitor or the acting solicitor in terms of legal forms and the like. So those things are not, just plain not relevant, and so they will not be admitted. At the conclusion of the mayor's defense, the hearing portion of the proceedings will be closed, and the City Council will deliberate, discuss, and vote on each count separately as to whether or not cause has been proven. That'll be the first set of votes. Has cause been shown as count 1, count 2, et cetera, through count 9. Finally, the council will vote on a resolution. You'll see there are 2 forms that have been approved, with the exception of the date, which was the old date when the hearing was first supposed to go forward, September 15. They're consistent. One is a finding that cause has been shown, and what the recommended result of that would be, whether it would be removal or not. And the second is if this council finds that cause has not been shown, that the second resolution would be one that could be passed, which would say that the complaint is dismissed. So those are the 2 forms that have been approved. So that or some iteration of them can be approved by the council at the conclusion of these proceedings. In short, the objective here is to have a fair hearing. Fair hearing on what is relevant, that is the charges that are verified as of September 6. That is what your charter compels us to do, all of us, each of you as the hearing officers, each of the parties as the complainant, and the mayor who is defending this. With this, I would ask that the hearing portion be opened and that the clerk or the stenographer, whichever you prefer, swear in the complaining witness, who would be Councilwoman Denise Sierra.
Thank you, Mr. Marusak. I will allow you a few minutes to take your seat before we proceed with the hearing. I just want to explain and add to Mr. Marusak's statement that, to be clear, this is a hearing that the Woonsocket City Council is holding. It's a hearing that has been presented based on a complaint, and that hearing is a hearing of the City Council. And while I appreciate that there are many people in attendance, I hope that everyone understands that any outburst or hooting or hollering or anything of that nature will not be permitted, and the police have already agreed to remove people who try to disrupt these proceedings. The mayor is entitled to a fair and respectful hearing, and that is my goal, to make sure that that happens. And I would hope that the cooperation of everyone in attendance will see that through as well. So thank you. Madam Clerk, if you could please swear in Councilwoman Sierra.
Raise your right hand.
Excuse me,
Do you
Mr.
swear to
President.
tell the truth?
What, Madam Clerk? We have a,
There are a couple of
can you use the microphone, please? Just so we can hear you.
things that we need to put on the record before we begin with the witness in the case, in response to what Mr. Maruzak presented to the council. There are some things that need to be on the record in terms of what our position is as it relates to Mr. Maruzak's statements earlier, and we'd like the opportunity to put those things on the record so we'll have a complete record of.
You're talking about the procedure, or are you talking about?
Yes.
Because, as you know, you're going to have the opportunity to put on your full defense at a later part of the proceeding. Is that?
I understand that. I just want to set the record.
Go ahead.
Take a moment, if you don't mind. And for the record, Council President and members of the council, my name is Anthony Traney, and along with Mr. Lepizzera, I represent the mayor. Mr. Maruzak made a point of reading into the record the order of the Supreme Court, and that, in fact, was important. We just want the record to also reflect that before the hearing begins, we reiterate all of the objections and motions and arguments that were made in our petition before the Supreme Court, so that the record is clear that we've maintained that position. And secondly, with respect to Mr. Maruzak's statement regarding procedures, we simply want the record to reflect that we object to the procedures as outlined because they are not included in the charter. The charter doesn't provide itself for rules or standards that are usually components of administrative type proceedings. The rules for the hearing, for example, were formulated and stated apparently by Mr. Maruzak. They are not in the charter. The charter itself does not provide for a standard of proof or a burden of proof or rules of evidence. And the council is the only party who can subpoena witnesses. And also, we don't know to what extent council members may be required to testify. We know that subpoenas were issued. People are here in response to those subpoenas. And so, in addition to Ms. Sierra, who we understand will be sworn in and will be under oath, there isn't any information about whether or not other witnesses would also be testifying under oath. And so we object to the procedures because they are not part of the charter, and we have no control over what those procedures are. With that, we're prepared to proceed.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Councilwoman Sierra. Mr. Larissa?
I believe the councilwoman is going to begin by reading in her complaint for consideration of the council.
Thank you. I, Denise D. Sierra, a member of the Woonsocket City Council, pursuant to the provisions in Chapter 16, Article 2 of the Woonsocket City Home Rule Charter, do hereby submit this complaint seeking Mayor Lisa BALDELLI-HUNT removal from office based on the foregoing charges contained herein. Page 2 is a true and exact copy of Chapter 16, Article 2, outlining the provisions regarding removal from office as it appears within the Woonsocket Home Rule Charter. Our charter provides the following. Pursuant to Chapter 4, Section 3 of the Woonsocket Home Rule Charter, the duties of the mayor are as follows. It shall be the duty of the mayor to see that the laws and ordinances are enforced, to see all terms and conditions imposed in favor of the city in any contract or franchise are faithfully kept and performed, to keep the council informed at all times concerning the financial condition and needs of the city and other pertinent matters relating to the administration, to recommend to the council such measures as he may consider necessary and expedient, to prepare and recommend to the council an annual budget, to prepare and present to the council a comprehensive annual report of financial transactions and other activities of the city following the close of each fiscal year, to make and study or investigation which is his opinion may be for the best interest of the city, of which may be ordered by the council by resolution, to review all rules and regulations of the several administrative officers and departments, and only upon his approval shall they become effective, to perform such other duties as may be required of him by ordinance or resolution of the council. Background. In December of 2019, the council passed Ordinance 19070 that in part stated the City of Woonsocket's annual action plan for the application of CDBG funding shall be subject to approval of the City Council by an appropriation ordinance prior to the filing of the plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. On July 28, 2021, the city solicitor issued a written legal opinion affirming, in part, that the mayor is required to adhere to Ordinance 19070. On August 16, 2021, the council unanimously passed Ordinance 21056, establishing in part the 21-22 Action Plan and allotments, which most importantly, included a $310,215 allotment to fund the purchase of a fire engine. On August 25th, 2021, the city solicitor issued a written legal opinion affirming that the mayor is required to adhere to ordinances and resolutions duly passed by the city council. On September 13th, 2021, the council passed Resolution 21R66, censuring Mayor Lisa Baldelli-Hunt in her capacity as mayor of Woonsocket for acting in a manner that was not in compliance with the mayoral duties and responsibilities as prescribed by the charter, and for multiple specific violations of her mayoral duties, in part the following: failure to perform duties as required pursuant to resolutions that were duly passed by the City Council, specifically failure to have a shade pavilion installed at an animal shelter located at 105 Cumberland Hill Road as instructed via Resolution 18R11 and Resolution 19R37. Failure to keep the City Council informed with respect to unilateral changes made in connection to the animal shelter pavilion. Failure to adhere to explicit provisions of a contract, specifically the contract between Lakeside Trading LLC, which called for the pavilion to be designed and installed at an animal shelter located at 105 Cumberland Hill Road. Failure to issue a public RFP and bid for the design and installation of a pavilion at River's Edge Park. On July 25th, 2022, the Council unanimously passed Resolution 22R93, ratifying 2 collective bargaining agreements between the City and the New England Police Benevolent Association, Local 808, covering the periods July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2022, and July 1, 2022 through July 30th, 2024. The resolution authorized the mayor or the city council president to execute the agreements. On July 25th, 2022, the council unanimously passed Ordinance 2022-040 authorizing either the council president or the mayor to execute 2 contracts between the city and the NEBPA Local 808, covering the periods July 1, 2020 through June 30, 2022, and July 1, 2022 through July 30, 2024. On August 15th, 2022, the City Council unanimously overrode the Mayor's veto ordinance 22040, and Council President Gendron signed and executed the 2 contracts between the City of Woonsocket and NEPBA Local 88. The City failed to process and pay the members of NEBPA Local 808 the contractual pay increases called for in the executed collective bargaining agreement contracts for both August 19, 2022 and September 2, 2022 pay periods. Entered into support of background are Exhibits 1 through 8, and they include 2019 Ordinance 19070, amending the Code of Ordinance in connection with CDBG. 2, legal opinion dated 7/28/2021 concerning City Council approval regarding CDGB and ARPA funding. 2021 Ordinance 2105, establishing Community Development Action Plan and allotments. 4, legal opinion dated 8/25/2021 regarding grounds for removal stemming from actions taken at River's Edge. 2021 Resolution 21R66, censuring the mayor. 6, 2022 Resolution 22R93, ratifying the tentative agreement and NEBPA Local 808. 7, 2022 Ordinance 22040, authorizing Council President and/or the Mayor to execute the collective bargaining agreement with Local 808. 8, an email chain dated 9/2/2022. Chapter 16, Article 2, Section 1 of the Charter provides that the Council, by resolution, may remove from office any of its members or any other elected or appointed offices of the city, including the mayor, with grounds for removal being as follows. 1, willful violation of any provision of the charter or ordinance. 2, incompetency to perform duties of this office. 3, substance abuse. 4, willful neglect of duty. 5, corrupt and willful malfeasance in office. And 6, willful misconduct to the injury of public service. The forthcoming 9 charges resulted from actions taken by the administration after the censure was issued. Count 1. Willful violation of any provisions of the charter or ordinance. Specifically, pursuant to Chapter 4, Section 3 of the Home Rule Charter, the duties of the mayor include the following: to see that the laws and ordinances are enforced. The mayor willfully violated the aforementioned charter provision by ignoring, violating, and failing to enforce Ordinance 19070 and Ordinance 21056. As noted previously, 19070 explicitly requires the annual action plan for the community development block grants be approved by the City Council prior to submission to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, otherwise known as HUD. The City Council unanimously passed Ordinance 21056 following the passage of Resolution 21R57 on August 5, 2022, which established the 2122 Community Development Action Plan as required per Ordinance 19070. Notwithstanding the clear and explicit requirements of Ordinance 19070, the mayor nonetheless ignored the subject ordinances and circumvented the City Council by submitting a 2122 action plan to HUD that was different from and not in compliance with the action plan approved by the City Council via both Ordinance 21056 and Resolution 21R57. The action plan submitted to HUD by the mayor is violative of Ordinance 21056 that contained the action plan approved by the Council, as well as Ordinance 1907 and Resolution 21R57. Importantly, the solicitor's legal excuse me, a little tongue-tied. Importantly, the solicitor's legal opinion issued on July 28, 2021, made clear that the mayor is required to follow and adhere to Ordinance 19070, and the solicitor's August 25th, 2021 legal opinion makes clear that the mayor must follow and adhere to ordinances and resolutions passed by the City Council. This violation is evidenced in part by Ordinance 22016 that the mayor brought to the City Council in April of 2022 to amend the 2122 CDBG action plan to make adjustments to the amounts submitted and approved by HUD, which were not the amounts approved by the City Council via Ordinance 21056. Chief among the changes being the $300,000 funding for the fire engine that the Council had included in Ordinance 21056 and Resolution 21R57, but which the mayor did not include in her original submission to HUD. Entered into evidence to support this charge is Exhibit 9, and it contains the following: Ordinance 22016, the substantial amendment to program year 2122. Ordinance 21022, authorizing the chief to purchase the engine. 4, minutes of the City Council meeting that took place on 3/3/2021. Count 2, willful violation of any provisions of the charter or ordinance and willful neglect of duties. Specifically, pursuant to Chapter 4, Section 3 of the Home Rule Charter, the duties of the mayor include the following: to see that the laws and ordinances are enforced, to keep the City Council informed at all times concerning the financial condition and needs of the city and other pertinent matters relating to its administration, and to perform such other duties as may be required of her by ordinance or resolution of the City Council. Pursuant to Chapter 5, Section 6 of the Home Rule Charter, monthly financial reports shall be prepared. Section 6 states the following. The Finance Department shall prepare a monthly statement of receipts and disbursements in sufficient detail to show the exact financial condition of the city and each department or agency thereof within 3 months following the close of each fiscal year. The department shall prepare and publish a comprehensive annual report containing a complete statement of the financial operations and the indebtedness of the city during the fiscal year. All such monthly and annual statements shall include comparisons and actual receipts and disbursements to the amounts budgeted and the prior year's receipts disbursement for the comparable period. The statements may also include additional information such as percentage changes and cash flows. Additionally, Resolution 16R18 requires the mayor and her administration to provide monthly financial reports to the council within 25 days after the end of each month. Lastly, Ordinance 20062 requires the monthly financial reports. The mayor willfully violated and failed to follow and enforce the aforementioned charter provisions as well as Resolution 16R18 and Ordinance 20062. She willfully neglected her duties as enumerated in the charter. As of August 15th, 2022, the council has only received financial reports through December 31st, 2021. The November 2021 report was not provided until March 15th, 2022, and the December 2021 report was not provided until August 10th of 2022. Entered into evidence to support Charge 2 are Exhibits 10, 11, and 12. They contain a 2016 resolution, 16R19, and this was the reso requiring monthly and quarterly financial reports. 2020 Ordinance 20062. This ordinance was requiring monthly financial reports. And on March 15, 2022, Ordinance 22CO24, submission of 11/30/2022 reports. Count 3. Willful violation of any provision of the charter or ordinance and willful neglect of duties. Pursuant to Chapter 4, Section 3 of the Home Rule Charter, the duties of the mayor include the following: to see that the laws and ordinances are enforced, to keep the council informed at all times concerning the financial condition and needs of the city and other pertinent matters relating to its administration. Pursuant to Chapter 10, Article 1, Section 2, provides the following: the city solicitor shall be the attorney for the city and legal advisor to the mayor, city council, and all other departments except the school department, offices and agencies of the city. The city solicitor shall appear for and protect the rights of the city in all actions, suits, or proceedings, civil or criminal, in law or equity, brought by or against it, for or against any of its department offices or agencies, and shall perform such other duties appropriate to the office as the mayor and or city council may require. The city solicitor shall decide all questions and controversies relative to the legal construction of any and all laws and ordinances affecting the city, as well as the city charter and the division of powers and duties created or implied therein. Additionally, Ordinance 17074 explicitly prohibits the hiring of attorneys and or outside legal counsel without the approval from the City Council via resolution. The mayor engaged in a willful violation of the charter and ordinance provisions regarding legal services. Invoice 23843 in the amount of $912 for legal services from attorney Robert Corrente, along with 2 POs, numbers P221178 in the amount of $40,000, and P22180 in the amount of $36,000, all issued in connection with the engagement of the law firm Whelan, Carentes, and Flanders. Not only did the mayor fail to keep the council informed on these matters pursuant to her enumerated duties, but her action are also violative of Ordinance 17074, which requires City Council approval in connection with the engagement of these legal services. The mayor's engagement of this law firm was not approved by the city solicitor, nor was the city solicitor even notified or consulted in regard to these legal services activities. Entered into evidence to support Charge 3 are Exhibits 13 and 14, and they contain the following. 2017 Ordinance 17074. This was the reso requiring council approval for the hiring of outside attorneys. Copy of invoice paid to Whelan, Carente, in Flanders for $912. PO number P221178, dated 6/27/2022, in the amount of $40,000. PO P221180, dated 6/28/2022, in the amount of $36,000. Count 4. Willful violation of any provision of the charter or ordinance and willful neglect of duties. Specifically, pursuant to Chapter 4, Section 3 of the Home Rule Charter, the duties of the mayor include the following: to see that the laws and ordinance are enforced, to see that all terms and conditions imposed in favor of the city in any contract or franchise are faithfully kept and performed, to keep the council informed at all times concerning the financial condition and needs of the city and other pertinent matters relating to its administration. Additionally, Chapter 3, Section 3 of the Charter requires that compensation be set by ordinance. In fiscal year 2021 and fiscal year 2022, the council set compensation via the annual budget ordinances. Further, Ordinance 20018 prohibits employees in any fiscal year from being paid a weekly salary in excess of 1/52nd of the total budgeted salary of the respective position. The mayor violated the above noted provisions of the charter, the annual budget ordinance, and Ordinance 20018 when she directed compensation payments to a limited select group of employees above and beyond the compensation that was approved and authorized by City Council via ordinance or resolution, as well as several of the other unauthorized compensation payments were made to union employees, thus violating the compensation terms and condition of the collective bargaining contracts. Entered into evidence to support Charge 4 are Exhibits 15 and 16, and they contain the following. 2020 Ordinance 20018, and this was the ordinance that was passed that requires council approval to increase employees' salaries. 2, a list of union and non-union employees that received unauthorized stipends from 2020 through present. 3, a copy of an employee pay stub reflecting the stipend. 4, 2021 ordinance transferring the funds, increasing the treasurer's salary to the approved amount of $72,000 per year. Count 5. Willful violation of any provision of the charter or ordinance and willful neglect of duties. Specifically, pursuant to Chapter 4, Section 3 of the Woonsocket Home Rule Charter, the duties of the mayor include the following: to see that the laws and ordinances are enforced, to keep the council informed at all times concerning the financial condition and needs of the city and other pertinent matters relating to its administration. Additionally, the city's Code of Ordinance at Section 2-14.4 explicitly prohibits the provisions of health care benefits to part-time employees, which are classified as less than 30 hours per week, via the following provisions. no health or dental benefits shall be provided either in full or in any prorated amounts or coverage for part-time, less than 30 hours per week, employees of the city. The mayor willfully violated the code of ordinance in providing health insurance to Miss Elise Pierre, who is not a full-time employee of the city. The violation is evidenced by an appointment letter dated March 2, 2022, signed by the mayor. Importantly, it should be noted that the administration is denying a departed employee, Miss Lori Perry's, medical buyback payment, stated the following: you elected to reduce your hours to part-time status in late March 2022. Therefore, you are not entitled to a medical buyback. Thus, on one hand, in March of 2022, the mayor provided a part-time employee, Ms. Pear, with health care benefits in violation of the city's code of ordinance, which explicitly prohibits health care benefits for part-time employees, while on the other hand, she advised another former employee, Ms. Perry, that she was not entitled to health care, in part because she was allegedly a part-time employee as of late March 2022 as well. Entered into evidence to support Charge 5 are Exhibits 17 and 18, and they contain the following. March 2, 2022. Letter from the mayor to Mr. Ferguson noticing that part-time employee Pear is to receive health benefits. June 3rd, 2022. Letter from Mr. Ferguson noticing part-time employee Perry that she is not entitled to a medical buyback due to her part-time status as of March 2022. Count 6. Willful violation of any provision of the charter or ordinances, willful neglect of duties, malfeasance in office, willful misconduct to the injury of public service. Specifically, pursuant to Chapter 4, Section 3 of the Woonsocket Home Rule Charter, the duties of the mayor include the following: to see the laws and ordinances are enforced, and to see that all terms and conditions imposed in favor of the city in any contract or franchise are faithfully kept and performed, and to perform such other duties as may be required of her by ordinance or resolution of the City Council. Additionally, Chapter 10, Article 1, Section 2 of the Woonsocket Home Rule Charter provides in part the following: the city solicitor shall decide all questions and controversies relative to the legal construction of any and all laws and ordinances affecting the city, as well as the city charter and the division of powers and duties created or implied therein. The mayor willfully violated provisions of the city charter that explicitly require the mayor to see that ordinances are enforced, to see that contracts are faithfully kept and performed, and to perform other such duties as may be required by ordinance or resolution of the council. By willfully not paying the members of the New England Police Benevolent Association, Local 808, pursuant to the executed contracts between the city and Local 808, the mayor has committed violations of both the city charter, which expressly requires that the mayor see that all terms and conditions imposed in favor of the city or any contract or franchise are faithfully kept and performed, as well as Ordinance 22040 and Resolution 22R93, which approve and authorize the execution of the aforementioned contracts. The mayor was explicitly advised by the solicitor that the contracts were valid and needed to be enforced. The city charter makes the solicitor, not the mayor, responsible for such a determination. Upon being advised of the obvious validity of the contracts, the mayor proceeded to willfully not enforce them as prescribed by charter. The mayor's failure to faithfully perform valid executed contracts constitutes a willful neglect of duties and a willful misconduct to the injury of public service, as her actions, in part, put at risk the city's ability to attract, retain, and motivate employees needed to provide necessary public service, including public safety. Entered into evidence to support Charge 6 is Exhibit 19, and it contains 5 pages of an email chain dating July 27, 2022 through August 30, 2022 regarding the implementation of the contract. Charge 7, willful violation of any provision of the charter or ordinance and willful neglect of duties. On November 14, 2021, the Council unanimously passed a series of resolutions addressing long overdue improvements to the Albert G. Brian Memorial Animal Shelter located at 105 Cumberland Hill Road. Specifically, Resolutions 21R 101, 21R 102, and 21R 103. They directed the administration to go out to bid for vendors to A, erect a shade pavilion at the shelter with the identical specifications to the one that was erected at Rivers Edge Park. B, construct an addition to the shelter measuring 20 feet by 20 feet to be utilized as an area to house small animals. And C, paint the interior and exterior of the animal shelter. On or about November 16, 2021, the mayor appeared on WNRI, Upfront Radio Talk Show, and she stated that she does not pay much attention to resolutions, but she does follow ordinances. So in an earnest effort to work with the mayor, the City Council reissued all the resolutions, 21R 101, 21R 102, and 21R 103 in the form of an ordinance. Ordinance 21074 unanimously passed for a second time in November of 2021 and explicitly stated the RFP was to be advertised no later than December 13th, 2021, and with results provided to the City Council on December 20, 2021. On or about January 5, 2022, the City Council received an email from the mayor requesting a 3-week extension of the deadline. On January 24, 2022, the City Council inquired as to the status of the RFP and warned, both via email and verbally at a televised City Council meeting, that the administration was in violation of the ordinance. The administration received one response to the RFP, which was submitted on or about February 22, 2022, 6 weeks after the extended deadline. Entered into evidence to support Charge 6 are Exhibits 20 to 23 containing the following. 2021 Resolution 21R 101, the RFP for the pavilion. 2022 Resolution 21R 102, RFP for a suitable addition. 2021 Resolution 21R 103, and this was the RFP to paint the interior and exterior of the shelter. 2021 Ordinance 21074, this was the ordinance reissuing all of the above resolutions. 5, 4 pages of an email chain dating from 12/16 to 1/25/2022. 6, response to RFP dated February 22nd. Charge 8, willful provision of any provision of the charter or ordinance and willful neglect of duties. Upon learning that the city's strays were being housed in Lincoln due to a failure to make the previously requested improvements to the Albert G. Brian Memorial Animal Shelter at 105 Cumberland Street, the City Council unanimously passed Ordinance 22017 on May 2, 2022. Authorizing the mayor and her administration to go out to bid for a contract to make necessary improvements to the animal shelter. Ordinance 22017 required the administration to solicit bids no later than May 30, 2022, and to provide the results of the RFP to the City Council on or before June 14, 2022. On May 31st, 22, an email was sent to the administration inquiring as to the status of the RFP relating to the improvements of the animal shelter, which revealed that the RFP was not completed, nor was it advertised as mandated by ordinance. The RFP was not published until June 1st, 2021, 13 days before the results were due to the council. entered into evidence to support Charge 8 are Exhibits 24 and 25, containing the following: 2022 ordinance to issue the RFP for needed improvements. 6/1/2022, publication of the RFP needed for improvements. Count 9, willful violation of any provision of the charter or ordinance and willful neglect of duties. On April 18th, 2022, the council unanimously passed Ordinance 22014, which directed the administration to go out to bid for contracts to install landscaping as well as acquire and install equipment at the skate park located at the Susan D. Memorial Middle Schools. 22014 required the administration to solicit bids no later than May 2, 2022, and to provide the results of the request to the council on or before May 16, 2022. On June 6, 2022, at a televised meeting, the council inquired as to the status of the results of the RFP relating to the improvements at the skate park, which were due on or before May 16th, the month prior. It was revealed at that time that the RFP had not yet been drafted, hasn't been drafted nor advertised as mandated by ordinance. Entered into evidence to support this charge is entered into evidence to support this charge is Exhibit 1, 2022, ordinance to issue RFP for needed improvements. 2, 6/1/2022, publication of RFP for needed improvements. Despite having received a clear, unambiguous warning via a formal censure issued in September of 2021, pursuant to Resolution 22 R65, Mayor Lisa Baldelli-Hunt has continued her pattern of misconduct via willful violations of the Charter and failing to enforce and willfully violating city ordinances in a regular effort to circumvent the City Council, the City Charter, and our city ordinances. Her actions demonstrate a prolonged and ongoing contempt for our form of government that, via our city charter, calls for consensus, collaboration, and respect between and amongst all elected officials of the city. Her disdain for the city charter and the city council's role in government is palpable. It has shown no signs of abating, and it is without question a detriment to the city and to the injury and an injury to public service. For these reasons and more, the mayor should be removed from office pursuant to Chapter 14, Article 2 of the Home Rule Charter.
Could I have a motion to receive the complaint?
So moved.
Motion made by Councilman Canoyer,
Second.
seconded by Councilman Ward to receive the complaint and exhibits. Any comments on that? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. And the complaint and the exhibits are received 6-0. Moving on, Mr. LaRussa, any further testimony?
We rest our case on the complaint, Mr. President.
Okay, Mr. Lepizzara, if you would like to cross-examine.
Thank you. Could I get a better viewpoint of Ms. Sierra, please?
Yeah, if you want the podium, as long as you're at a microphone. So whatever's easier, you can hold the microphone if you want, because for the TVs, we need the TVs and radios, we need to be speaking into a microphone. The microphone will come out of that stand, if it's easier.
Come around if you want. Good evening, Ms. Sierra.
Good evening.
So, you read that well, and that was your complaint that you prepared, correct?
Yep.
If I could, both of you are going to need to bring those microphones closer to you. If you're going to face each other, just put the microphone in front of you, please. Thank you. You're at the end of the cord.
Just go off to the side of the table, it'll make it.
Can you hear me now?
I do.
Okay,
Can you
thank
hear
you.
me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Okay. So I said you read that well,
Thank you.
right? That's your complaint?
Yes, sir.
Did you draft it all on your own?
Yes.
You had no assistance whatsoever.
I drafted it and then I sent it to James to correct, to make sure that it was in proper format.
Okay. And when you say James, are you talking about Attorney Maruzak?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. So let me ask you this. You filed your complaint on September 6th with the clerk, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And as I can recall, and I'm not sure of the exact date, I believe Mr. Maruzak, and I'll check the minutes, I believe Mr. Maruzak was hired as special counsel to aid the council, meaning the city council, I believe on September 19th, and I'll check the minutes.
Objection, Your Honor. The objection is this is not germane to the four corners of the complaint, anything that happened before the complaint was filed.
And my response is, okay, is that Ms. Sierra is not a councilwoman tonight. She's a complaining party. In fact, Mr. Larissa, she's represented by you. And now she just told us for the first time that she prepared this complaint. She sent it to Mr. Maruzak, okay, who's aiding this council in running this procedure, in this process tonight. I don't understand how Mr. Maruzak can be advising a complaining party that to remove the mayor, and now Mr. Maruzak is going to be advising this council? That is absolutely wrong.
You can
He
place that on
cannot-
the record. You've placed it on the record, Mr. Lepizera. I reiterate what I said earlier. I was after the solicitor withdrew on the basis of a conflict. Ms. Sierra was advised to obtain alternate counsel and as acting solicitor. As acting solicitor, it's the obligation of the solicitor to check matters as to form. That is what was done. That is all that was done. And that should be the end of your inquiry on that. You know, Mr. Lepizera, very well that solicitors' jobs to check legal documents as to form, not content, but as to form, is perfectly legitimate. Now, you've placed your objection to my sitting on the record. You could preserve that for whatever purposes you need.
I'm going to preserve that objection
It is
because you
preserved.
can't serve two masters, Mr. Maruzak.
Well-
and I have, and I want to say this on the record, that I have all the respect in the world for you, and I'm not
That's
saying
mutual.
you did. I'm not saying you did anything wrong, but what I'm saying is lawyers can't serve two masters, which is why the city solicitor in this case cannot be serving in this capacity.
I'm not serving any masters. I'm acting as the solicitor, which is a charter function. I am I'm pursuing the functions that I am directed to do as the acting city solicitor. You've made you incorporated into your statement already via Mr. Trainey, who I also have the greatest respect for, your arguments in the Supreme Court. Two of those arguments were concerning a separation of powers issue, also vagaries as to the procedure, and also due process. And as I read, the Supreme Court rejected each and every one of those arguments in their order. You incorporated all of your arguments in Mr. Trainey's statement earlier. The town also, these are legal public record matters that certainly can be reviewed at some later date if you choose to do that. So your objection is on the record, and it's duly noted. However, I will sit as the acting solicitor and assure that these hearings are fair, which I believe is the charge.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, Ms. Sierra, other than Mr. Attorney Maruzak, did you share a draft of your complaint with any of the council members?
Objection, Your Honor. Once again, we're getting beyond the four corners of the complaint.
Wow.
Who she talked to, who she shared it with, Anything beyond the actual complaint itself, I think is irrelevant, and using your words, not directly material and relevant to the specificity of the charges, which have nothing to do with who she talked to about the charges.
Mr. Lepizzero, that's absolutely true. The charter requires hearing of the charges. The charges are those that were dated September 6th. You could place on the record an offer of proof if you wish, because I don't want to hold you back from making any argument that you need to make, which you believe you need to preserve. So go right ahead and make an offer of proof. But as far as this hearing is concerned, it is on the charges dated September 6th, 2022, and that's it.
Okay. And let me say the following, give an offer of proof. Okay. The mayor is entitled to a hearing, and she's entitled to a hearing by this council who's going to decide this case. As far as I know, unless someone's going to tell me differently right now, Ms. Sierra is a complaining party. She will not be voting on these charges. And the reason why she's not voting on the charges is because she's testifying in this case. She drafted the complaint. And if any one of these members of the council assisted her in drafting it, provided her documents, provided edits, provided comments, then they, although they may not have signed the complaint under oath, they participated in the filing of the complaint. And if they participated in the filing of the complaint, they, like Ms. Sierra, cannot vote on this complaint.
Mr. Lepizzero, your offer of proof is on the record. I would note that there's only one council person that signed and verified the complaint as required by charter, and that is Councilwoman Sierra. Her charges, her verified complaint, are therefore the subject matter of this hearing. And so you've nicely placed your offer of proof on the record. Let's move on.
And I'll just add one thing. It only takes one party to sign the complaint. However, merely because she's the only person that signed the complaint, if there's any members of this council that participated, that assisted, that helped, that drafted, that provided information, then they too, okay, are subject to recusal. And I understand that my objection is going to be overruled, but at some point during this proceeding, I'm going to ask each one of the council members, I'm going to want them under oath, and I'm going to ask them whether or not they participated in the draft of the complaint, whether they assisted, whether they provided any substantive information, whether they provided any research. I'm going to do that.
Thank you for that, Mr. Lepizzero, and perhaps we can make this hearing a whole lot shorter, because, quite frankly, you are not going to call as a witness any member of the city council. The charter states that the council shall hear and determine the matter. Hear and determine. That's section 3 of chapter 16, article 2, removal. Section 5, the council shall hear and determine the charges within 10 days. That is their charge. You will not convert council persons who are to hear and determine the charges into witnesses either for or against the mayor, either for or against Councilwoman Sierra's petition. Okay, we can make that right off the bat. You could preserve that one as well. But we are not going there. You are not going to call a single council person who must hear and determine these charges and the truth of them, and then determine the mayor's defenses to those. You're not going to convert them into witnesses.
Okay. And I understand my objection is going to be overruled, but I'll say this, okay? I'm not converting anyone to witnesses, okay?
Good.
These council members, if they assisted in the drafting, if they prepared information, okay, if they colluded with her, okay, they converted themselves to witnesses in this case. I don't convert anyone. They did it. And at this point, because I've made a request for that information, that's been denied, as you stated at the beginning of this hearing, okay? I don't have any ability, and the people of the city of Woonsocket have no ability to understand who actually filed this complaint with the clerk and the city council. And it is absolutely wrong if any one of these members assisted in the draft of that complaint, prepared information, colluded with her, okay? They are barred from hearing this complaint. Why? Because they drafted it. And if they drafted it, they're going to sit there and go, you know, I drafted this complaint, but you know what? I don't really believe it. I think it's wrong. That's what's wrong. So I didn't convert. I'm not trying to convert anyone to witnesses. They did,
Good.
if in fact they participated. So that's my objection.
And your offer of proof, I take it,
Ye-
as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you,
Let's move
Mr.
on.
Ruzak.
You're welcome.
Ms. Sierra, what I'd like to do is, can we go to count charge 9, please?
Sure.
Why don't you put that in front of you? So,
Yep.
thank you.
Do you have a page for us?
Let me just grab her complaint that she read.
For the record, I believe that's page 14 of 143 on the docket pages of the complaint.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Larissa.
Nope, that's 8. It's 15 of 143.
15, that's correct. Thank you.
Welcome.
Do you have that in front of you, Ms. Sierra?
I do.
Thank you. Now, I don't believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe you actually attached the ordinance itself, the one that was passed on April 18, 2022?
I think it was included as part of another piece of legislation, and that's probably why I didn't. I think it was included in 8, right?
So, and actually, I have a copy. I think it's, am I correct that that's 22014, so that's ordinance 22014?
Correct.
And is that in your package in another, reference in another section?
I have to look. Yeah,
I have a copy
Okay.
that I can provide you. Mr. Trainee, do you have an extra copy?
Mr. Lepizzero, do you want to offer that into evidence?
I do.
Okay, that's fine.
What is the process in terms of, should I
Hand
give
it to the stenographer, and she
stenographer?
will make a copy for everyone.
Thank you.
Or the clerk, probably more appropriate.
22014? So I am going to hand the clerk, we can call this, we'll use letters. So
Sure.
the record's clear, if that's good, Mr. Ruzak.
Whatever you prefer, Mr. Lepizzero.
So we'll call this Exhibit A, and this is 22014. If I can hand that to the clerk. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Could we provide that to the witness?
Certainly.
Have you had a chance to look at that, Ms. Sierra?
I just need one. I just need one more minute.
Yeah, take your time. Let me know when you're ready.
I will. I'm all set.
So, if we look at that ordinance, it's dated April 4th, 2022. That would have been the first passage. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. And in fact, I just saw you turn to the second page. On the second page, this is a two-page document. It actually references in City Council, April 18th, 2022, read by title and passed unanimously. That would have been the second passage, correct?
Right.
And you would agree with me that under the Woonsocket Town Charter, the Home Rule Charter, that unless it's an appropriation of money or a levy of tax, in order for an ordinance to be effective, it must be passed or read twice, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you're also aware that under the Home Rule Charter, the mayor enjoys an opportunity to veto any ordinance that was passed by the council, correct?
Correct.
And you understand, and so everyone understands, that the mayor has 10 days to either sign an ordinance, veto it, or take no action against it, right?
Right.
And if she signs it, it becomes law, correct?
Correct.
And if she takes no action, it becomes law, correct?
Correct.
And if she vetoes it, it goes back to the council. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right. Yes, I am. Thank you.
All right. So let's take a look at more closely 22014. So first passage was April 4th, we just established, and second passage was April 18th. And take a look at section 7 on the second page. And it says, and tell me if I read this correctly, this ordinance shall take effect on the 11th consecutive day following its passage by the City Council as provided in Chapter 3, Section 9 of the Woonsocket Home Rule Charter, and all ordinances or parts of ordinances inconsistent herewith are hereby repealed. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So second passage, let's do a little math, is April 18th, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The ordinance doesn't take effect until 11 days afterwards, correct?
Correct.
That would take you to April 29th, correct?
Right.
All right. Now, I looked at the calendar, and if you want, you could look on your phone, okay? So, April 29th, go to the first page, Section 1. What does it say?
Did you want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Sure. It says the City Council is seeking to improve the equipment and site of
Oh, I'm sorry. Section 1 at the bottom.
the city shall solicit bids no later than May 2nd, 2022.
Okay. So, if the ordinance doesn't take effect until 11 days after its second passage, we've established that's April 29th, correct?
Yep.
And this ordinance, okay, and let's go to the top, right, the title of this. It says, instructing the mayor, right?
Yes, it does.
It does. You like instructing the mayor, don't you?
Objection.
Yeah, Mr. Lepizzer, can we please keep the vitriol a little bit down?
Well, I'm reading what the ordinance says. Did you
Whether or not she likes instructing the mayor is really not germane.
The ordinance,
Please, Mr. Lepizzer, let's keep this civil and to the facts.
the ordinance, the title reads instructing the mayor, doesn't it?
We've already established that.
Okay. Actually, you established it under oath, correct?
did, yeah.
You did. Okay. So you're instructing the mayor. This ordinance says that you're instructing the mayor and her administration to solicit bids no later than May 2nd, although the ordinance doesn't take effect until April 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that April 29th fell on a Friday?
Yes.
Really?
If you say it, I believe you.
Okay.
I can check well, I don't have my phone handy, but
Okay.
I'm sure
And
you're
May
correct.
2nd's a Monday, correct?
I would think so.
Okay. So essentially, the city council was instructing the administration to had 3 days, including the weekend, to get this RFP out. Is that correct?
You're correct.
Okay.
That's why she vetoed it.
No.
I believe that's when she vetoed, because of that. It was a mistake.
Okay.
Mr. Lepizzara, if it would be okay, I'd like to ask for a 5-minute recess.
Whatever the council president wishes,
Okay.
that's fine.
If I could have a motion to recess for 5 minutes? Motion made by Councilman Ward,
Second.
seconded by Councilman Canoyer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. Madam Clerk, if you could do a roll call.
Councilman Canoia?
Here.
Councilwoman Gonzalez?
Here.
Councilman Gillette?
Here.
Councilwoman Sierra?
Here.
Councilman Susie?
Here.
Councilman Ward?
Here.
President Gendron?
Here, all councilors are present. Mr. Lepizzara, you can continue.
Thank you. Ms. Sierra, are you ready?
I am.
Thank you. Before we broke, I think you said that the mayor vetoed.
Yeah, I believe she vetoed that one because I truly didn't allow enough time for the RFP to be done. So we reissued it, allowing enough time for it to be done.
Okay. So what I want you to do is take a look at page 2 of the Exhibit A. And at the bottom, where it says, and tell me if I read this correctly, in City Council, April 18, 2022, read by title and passed unanimously, period, not signed and approved by Mayor Lisa Baldelli-HUNT, period. Did I read that correctly?
I'm sorry, I do not have the document. I just need a minute. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you have? Right here. I'm ready.
Okay. Turn to page 2. At the very bottom, it reads, in City Council, April 18, 2022, read by title and passed unanimously, not signed and approved by Mayor Lisa Baldelli-HUNT. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
So does that refresh your recollection that the mayor did not veto this ordinance, but she just didn't sign it?
Correct.
And because she didn't sign it, it became law as of April 29th, correct?
Right.
And so you just acknowledged that this ordinance did not provide the administration sufficient time to go out to RFP, go out to bid.
Correct.
Okay. But yet, your charge 9 is saying that the mayor willfully violated this ordinance. Isn't that your charge under oath?
It is. We reissued it, and it provided sufficient time for her to respond to the RFP, to put the RFP out.
Which ordinance was that? And if you don't have it in front of you, I don't want to waste time.
I don't.
I do want to move on.
It was passed again.
Right. But the city solicitor, what's your understanding of the city solicitor's role in terms of reviewing these ordinances before they're actually presented to the council?
To make sure that they comply.
Okay. Do you know if, and the city solicitor's, Mr. DeSimone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if Mr. DeSimone actually reviewed this particular ordinance?
I don't recall.
I'm still a little confused. Let's go back to page 15 of 143. That's charge 9.
Okay.
Because you just testified that you didn't give the administration enough time, correct?
Correct.
And that another ordinance was passed to give the administration more time.
Right. We extended the time period.
Okay. You extended the time period.
Right.
Okay. So, can you tell me, okay, why charge 9 doesn't reference that other ordinance?
I must have missed it.
In other words, you made a mistake, didn't you?
Yes, I'm not an attorney, so I do the best I can.
You don't have to be an attorney. You're under oath when you signed this complaint, weren't you?
Right?
And you were under oath tonight when you read this complaint, correct?
You're correct.
And when you read this complaint, you didn't say, by the way, I have an amendment. This isn't true. Did you?
Objection, Your Honor. No proof that it's not true at all. Everything in there is true.
Actually, she's admitting that it's not true because if we look at the complaint in charge 9, okay, because I can read it too, what it says is, on April 18th, 2022, the City Council unanimously passed Ordinance 22014, which directed the administration to go out to bid for a contract to install landscaping as well as acquire and install equipment at the skate park located at the Susan D. Menard Middle Schools. 22014 required the administration to solicit bids no later than May 2nd, 2022, and to provide the results of the request to the City Council on or before May 16th, 2022. Copy attached as Exhibit 26, which again is Ordinance 22014, no other ordinance that she's now referencing, which, by the way, is outside the four corners of this complaint, which are the ground rules established here. And then it goes on to say, under oath, on June 6, 2022, at a televised meeting, the council inquired as to the status of the results of the RFP relating to the improvements at the skate park, which are due on or before May 16th, 2022, the very date that's in Ordinance 22014. And it was revealed that the RFP had not yet been drafted nor advertised as mandated by ordinance. This was under oath, Charge 9, isn't it? It's under oath.
Again, yes.
And you are relying upon not another ordinance, but an Ordinance 22014 for this administration on a law that came into effect on April 29th on a Friday to have RFP submitted on the Monday, May 2nd, correct? That's right?
16th.
Go ahead and answer. Do it.
It says on or before May 16th.
No. The ordinance and your sworn testimony instructed the mayor to get the RFP out for the skate park by May 2nd, 2022, correct?
Read it. Where is it?
It's right here. No later than May 2nd. That the bids yes, he's correct.
Answer his question.
Yes, you are correct.
And the May 16th, 2022 date you just provided, that was to provide the council with the response, correct?
Right.
And under oath, then you say that on June 6, 2022, at a televised meeting, the council inquired, and by the way, the council is this whole council sitting up here, correct?
Yes.
The council inquired as to the status of the results of the RFP relating to the improvements of the skate park, which were due on or before May 16, 2022. And it was revealed that the RFP had not been drafted nor advertised as mandated by ordinance. Did I read that correctly?
You did?
Is that your sworn testimony?
I already swore to it. Obviously, there's a mistake in there. Did you want me to say it again? There's a mistake.
There's a serious mistake, isn't there? Serious. Because, by the way,
Well, I guess if you would like to label it that way, it's
you
a serious
guess
mistake.
you're charging the mayor, okay, this good mayor, of willfully violating Ordinance 22014, aren't you?
I'm sorry. Come again? I didn't get you.
Mr. Lepizarra, if we could please just keep moving on. I guess the issue is whether or not 3 days is, in fact, enough time, and that's a question of fact. So let's just
Maruzak.
move on.
Mr. Maruzak,
Your point has been made.
No?
we have to have the record reflect our objection to your editorializing on what we're doing. And,
No.
and by the way, we object to your apparently assuming the position of the judge and ruling on objections and directing the course of the testimony. We don't know what your role is supposed to be, but I don't think you're the one that's supposed to be ruling on objections or making objections.
Mr. Trainee, I'm not making any objections. One thing that is allowed is limited cross-examination that is directly pertinent to the charges, and that's what we're trying to do. Those were the ground rules that were set out. We know that you're not happy with the ground rules. We're sorry about that. We think they're fair ground rules, but your objection is noted, and I just asked Mr. Lepizera to please sum up on that point. You can ask further questions, but please, we're getting to the point where it's repetitive.
I don't think it's repetitive at all.
Go right ahead and please sum
Thank
up.
you. Thank you. You're charging, you mentioned this other ordinance that is not in your package, correct?
Yes.
And you're claiming that the mayor, this is the basis for your charge, right? Because as you stated in your background, okay, one of the grounds for removal of the mayor is willful violation of any provisions of the charter or ordinances, correct?
Yes.
And charge 9 is based on your claim that this mayor willfully violated 22-014, correct?
Yes.
And your testimony tonight is you don't recall what that other ordinance is, right?
I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me.
Okay. But if it existed, this would have changed charge 9, correct?
Objection. You can answer.
It may have.
It may have, but you didn't include it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the way you leave off on charge 9 is City Council passed an ordinance, 22-014. The mayor was required to go out to bid on May 2nd and report back to the council on May 16th. And then you end this charge off that say on June 6th, there was no evidence of an RFP issued, correct?
That's right.
All right. Now, in fact, you left out that the administration, despite the fact that my claim is that this ordinance, okay, was a complete impossibility because it only gave less than 3 days. But that being said, the administration went out to bid for the skate park, didn't it?
After I called and emailed and insisted. Yes, they did.
Okay. I would like to hand up to the clerk Exhibit B, and for the record, it is Mr. Maruzak, it's a 12-page document, and it consists of the following. Number 1, it is a proof of advertisement with a start time of June 14th, 2022 for the skate park request for proposals. The second page and following consists of City of Woonsocket bid documents for equipment for the Woonsocket Skateboard Park, bid number 6087. That's dated June 10th, 2022. And then the last part of that package is a rebid, because this administration not only sent out the skate park bid one time, but because no one bid on it, what the administration did, because it's very interested in the skate park, the improvements, it actually went out to bid again, and that bid was posted on July 21, 2022, and that essentially rebid bid number 6087, and that number is bid number 690. And in fact, as it turns out, no one responded to that bid either, but I would like to submit to the clerk that package I just described as Exhibit B, if I could.
Is there any objection, Mr.?
No objection.
May be
Thank you.
submitted. Yes.
Thank you. And just one more follow-up question or two on this, and we'll move on from charge 9. Ms. Sierra, are you familiar with Home Rule Charter, Article 16, miscellaneous provisions, Chapter 16, Article 3, interference with departments, Section 1, which reads as follows: prohibited. No member of the council shall interfere, directly or indirectly, with the conduct of any department, or take any part in the appointment, promotion, or dismissal of any officer or employee in the service of the city, except insofar as permitted under the provisions of this charter. Are you familiar with that section?
Yes.
You agree that the city council is the legislative branch of the city of Woonsocket, correct?
That's right.
The mayor is the executive branch?
Right.
And that provision that I just read prohibits the council or any member of the council from interfering directly or indirectly with the conduct of any department, correct?
Right.
You would agree with me that, is it purchasing that actually sends out RFPs?
Mostly, but it does
Okay.
depend on the RFP.
And would you agree with me that directing the mayor and directing the purchasing department to do certain things by certain dates is interfering with that department?
Objection.
No, I don't agree.
You don't agree?
No. Writing ordinances and passing legislation is not interfering. It's doing my job.
You're doing your job.
Sure. When I'm passing ordinances, yes.
Okay. So let me ask this. If the council passed an ordinance that said that the mayor has to wear a blue shirt on Tuesdays when she enters City Hall, is that a proper ordinance?
Objection.
Sustained.
Ms. Sierra, I'm going to direct you to charge 7, and I
Before
will...
we go forward, Mr. Solicitor, I have a couple of questions on redirect of the complainant, now that he's done with his cross.
You can proceed.
Ms. Sierra, in your charge number 9, as you read and Mr. Lepizzera read, you stated, on June 6, 2022, at a televised meeting, the council inquired as to the status of the results of the RFP relating to the improvements at the skate park. Is that what you stated?
Yes.
Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Is it a true statement that the RFP had not been drafted nor advertised on June 6, 2022?
Yes.
And is it also true that that date, June 6, 2022, is at least 3 weeks after the May 16, 2022 date contained in the first paragraph of your complaint?
Correct.
And we also have Exhibit B here submitted by the Mayor's Council discussing that she did go out to bid. Can you tell from that exhibit, because he didn't mention it, when the date of that bid actually occurred?
6/10/2022.
No further questions.
Okay. And just quick recross. You've already testified that you didn't give the administration enough time to get the bid out, correct?
Objection.
That's what her testimony
How would her
was.
testimony? That was an earlier time. That was May 2nd. Nothing to do with June 6th or June 10th when the bid actually went out. She never testified that she didn't give enough time with respect to getting a bid out by June 6th. She testified that she didn't give enough time for May 2nd because, as you pointed out, the bid was supposed to, the ordinance was Friday and May 2nd was Monday. That's what she testified to.
Mr. Marusak, they're going outside the four corners of the complaint.
Whether or not, I think that, quite frankly, you've made your objection, you've done your cross-examination. Mr. Larissa has pointed out his perception of the facts. The facts are as they are. This council will make the determination eventually, so both parties have made their positions known on that, and I think it's been
Fair enough.
hashed out.
We're gonna move on to another charge.
Very good, thank you.
So, Ms. Sierra, if I'm going to refer to the complaint that actually got submitted into evidence. So, if you could go to charge 7, which is listed as page 13 of 143. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Thank you. Now, that charge also directs, you allege that the mayor willfully violated the charter or ordinances and was in willful neglect of her duties, correct?
Yes, it does.
So, in the first paragraph, you state, on November 14th, 2021, the City Council unanimously passed a series of resolutions, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, and those resolutions are numbered 21R101, 21R102, and 21R103. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you go on, and you stated that was on November 14th, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then you go on to say that on or about November 16th, 2021, the mayor appeared on WNRI Upfront Radio Talk Show stating that she does not pay much attention to resolutions, but does follow ordinances. Did I read that correct?
Yes.
Correctly? Okay. In fact, the date of the resolution, you put November 14th because you were trying to establish that the mayor was actually on November 16th was referring to your November 14th, the passage of the resolutions. Is that why you wrote that like that?
No, that isn't.
It's not.
No, that isn't.
The resolutions weren't passed on November 14th, were they?
Well, I believe it was the second passage on November 14th, the first passage, November 1st.
Actually, resolutions, you know better than that. Resolutions don't require two passages like ordinances, do they?
Right.
Resolutions are effective upon passage, correct?
Correct.
And that's because mayors don't have the right to veto resolutions, correct?
Right.
Resolutions are more of an expression of the council and their wishes, correct?
Well, that's a matter of opinion.
Okay. Sometimes
My charter says it's like a law. A resolution is equivalent to an ordinance. That's kind of what my charter says.
Okay. So you made another mistake in your verified complaint, correct?
It's very possible. It's a 109-page document.
Oh.
The mistake is I put November 14th instead of November 1st. I was probably looking at the second passage.
We just established that resolutions don't require second passage,
You're correct.
right? So,
I was probably thinking that same thing when I was writing this.
no. You're making it up as you're going along now, aren't you?
Objection, Mr. Solicitor.
You just testified that I must have been referring to the second passage of a resolution?
I'm sorry, sir. It's a little nerve-wracking being up here with all this. So, yeah, you're obviously, you're intimidating. So
I'm not.
sorry if I'm not 100% on. I am sorry. It is in front of you, and I'm human, and I made a mistake.
I'm going to tell you this. I'm not trying to intimidate you.
I don't believe you.
You're trying to intimidate the mayor, though, aren't you?
Objection.
You're trying to instruct the mayor all the time, aren't you?
Objection, Mr. Solicitor.
Sustained, yes. Mr. Leprezera, please.
So, let's look at Resolution 21R101, 102, and 103. Do you have that in front of you? I believe it's part of your package. And I can...
Exhibit 20.
Exhibit 20.
It's your Exhibit 20.
Thank you.
Do you have a page?
I was looking at mine, but I'll get it for you.
I have them.
And I want to get the page.
Sure. Take,
For the record.
Mr. Larissa is correct. We should have the right page. So, Mr. Larissa, that should be page 105 of 143.
There. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, the title to this resolution is instructing the mayor through her administration to issue a request for a proposal to erect a shade pavilion at 105 Cumberland Hill Road, the Albert G. Brian Memorial Animal Shelter. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And in that resolution, the council resolved that the city shall solicit bids no later than December 13th, 2021, correct?
Correct.
And Section 2 reads that the bid results be provided to the City Council on or before December 27, 2021.
Correct.
And then Section 3, the resolution shall take effect immediately upon passage by the City Council, right?
Right.
All right. Now, so we know that we had 3 resolutions that day. So Resolution 21R101 is the erection of a shade pavilion, which I'll call at the animal shelter, correct?
Right.
All right. Now turn to page 106, 140 of 143, and you should have in front of you 21R102, also dated November 1, 2021.
Correct.
That resolution, the title, instructing the mayor through her administration to issue a request for proposal to construct a suitable addition to house smaller animals at 105 Cumberland Hill Road, the Albert G. Brand Memorial Animal Shelter. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And the crux of this resolution was, if you read the second whereas clause, the City Council is seeking a vendor to build an addition approximately 20 feet by 20 feet to the current animal shelter located at 105 Cumberland Hill Road. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And same dates, this 20 by 20 addition, or proposed 20 by 20 feet by 20 feet addition, the city shall solicit bids no later than December 13, 2021, and also that those bid results were to be provided to the City Council on or before December 27, 2021, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, turn the page. Page 107 of 143, also dated November 1, 2021. Another resolution, again, instructing the mayor through her administration to issue a request for proposal to paint the interior and exterior, and I'm going to cut it short, of the animal shelter. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And same dates. So the mayor was instructed to solicit bids no later than December 13, 2021, and the bid results be provided to the City Council on or before December 27, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. If you could go back to charge 7, and I'll give you the page. That would be page 13 of 143. Let me know when
Okay.
you're there.
I have it.
Thank you. So, as we talked about, you referenced under oath that the mayor appeared on WNRI Upfront Radio Talk Show on November 16, 2021, and she made comments about she honors ordinances but doesn't pay much attention to resolutions. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
All right. And under oath, you then say, in the next sentence, in an earnest effort to work with the mayor, the City Council reissued Resolution 21R101, 21R102, and 21R103 in the form of an ordinance. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Give me 1 second. Thank you.
That's in the ordinance.
Yeah, I got it. So that ordinance, and I'll call it basically codifying the resolutions, right? Because you're working earnestly with the mayor, so you figured she's going to listen to ordinances. So the council codified the resolutions and turned it into an ordinance, correct?
Right.
Okay. So, and that ordinance is 21074, correct? And
Yes.
okay. And for the record, that's your Exhibit 21. That starts off at page 108 of 143, and then the actual ordinance can be found at page 109 and 110 of 143. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So, if you could turn to page 109 of 143, that's actually ordinance 21074. Are you there?
I'm there.
And then turn to page 110 of 143. You would agree with me that the council first passage was on November 15th, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the second passage was December 6th, 2021. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now go back to page 13 of 143. That's your charge 7.
Okay.
And I want to direct your attention to the middle paragraph where it says, 4 lines down in the middle paragraph, last word, it says, and then it goes on to line 5, Ordinance 21074 unanimously passed for a second time on November 29th, 2021, and explicitly stated the RFP was to be advertised no later than December 13, 2021, and with results to be provided to the City Council on December 20th, 2021. Did I read that correctly?
I just have to take a minute to
Yeah,
catch up.
take your time.
Correct.
Okay. Miss Sierra, there's another error in your verified complaint, isn't there?
Looks like I did it.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, looks like I made a mistake
You-
with dates.
Right? You made a mistake. By the way, I know that my objection's been overruled in terms of who you spoke to, but you spent a lot of time working on this complaint, didn't you?
I did.
Right? And I know you said, and I apologize, okay, because I'm not an intimidating person. I'm representing the mayor, and I have a job to do, and lawyers have jobs to do, so I don't want you to be intimidated by me at all. But how much time did you spend on this complaint?
The entire summer.
The entire summer.
Yes.
I wasn't there during the summertime, was I?
I don't know what you mean by
In
that.
other words, you're intimidated by me tonight because I'm asking you questions, but you had the entire summer to draft this complaint. Right?
Right.
Okay. And you still made errors, didn't you?
Well, do you not make errors?
The question is, you're under oath. Did you make errors under oath?
I made a mistake in a date.
Okay. Actually, it's a significant error, isn't it?
Not really.
No, not really? Oh,
No.
okay. So actually, the second passage, if we turn to page 110 of 143, we'll go to the bottom. The second passage was December 6, 2021. Right?
Right, and I'm on November 29th, 2021. That's not significant.
Not significant?
No,
Okay.
It's about a week.
We've already discussed in charge 9 on the skate park, okay, that the mayor has. Do you have something to say? The ordinance doesn't take effect until the 11th consecutive day following the second reading, does it?
That's correct.
So the date of the second reading has significance, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
What's December 6th plus 11 days?
17.
So that would take it to December 17th, correct?
Correct.
Can we turn to page 109 of 143? which is the first page of 21074.
Yes, I'm there.
It reads as follows, Section 1, last paragraph. The city shall create a request for proposal, improvements to the Albert G. Brien Animal Shelter, and advertise a deadline of no later than December 13th, 2021, in which to respond to said request for proposal. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Is December 13th before December 17th?
Yes.
So again, this city council passed an ordinance that, and I'm looking at the title, required the mayor, through her administration, to issue a request for proposal seeking vendors to make multiple upgrades at 105 Cumberland Hill Road, a.k.a. Albert G. Brien Memorial Animal Shelter. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
The ordinance is void, isn't it?
Objection, legal conclusion.
Well, let me ask you, you want to answer that?
I objected.
Okay, I'll ask another question. It's an impossibility, correct?
Objection. Same reasoning.
Was the mayor able? The mayor had until December 17th to take action on this, whether she wanted to veto it, whether she wanted to sign it, whether she wanted to just let it come into passage. Is that correct?
Answer the question. No.
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me that we talked about this. Because we're talking about charters, right? So let's look at Charter Provision, Chapter 4, Mayor, Section 9, Approval or Ordinances. Every ordinance passed by the council shall be submitted to the mayor, who, within 10 consecutive days, either shall approve the ordinance by affixing his signature or shall return the ordinance to the council by transmitting it to the clerk with a statement setting forth his objections. Right? The mayor has 10 days.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? You passed an ordinance depriving the mayor of her 10 days to act upon the ordinance.
Objection, legal conclusion again.
You can sustained.
This ordinance violate the charter?
Same objection. You don't understand the
Sustained.
question, you can tell them.
Actually, if I could have one moment.
Sure.
Thank you. Like the skate park, the administration, despite my objection to the ordinance, the administration did go out to bid on the skate park. Isn't that true?
Late. Yes.
Late. Okay. That's your testimony. It went out, didn't it?
It did.
Okay. And I think it's your Exhibit 23, but I'll refer to your exhibit so we have a clean record. What page number? 122. Yeah. Ms. Sierra, Exhibit 23 starts out at page 122 of 143.
I have it.
Thank you. And if we turn to page 123 of 143, that's the first page of a responsive bid to bid number 6065 for improvements to the animal shelter. Is that correct?
Right.
All right. And so the animal shelter, the first request for proposal in the ordinance we've just been talking about was to accomplish three things. I believe it was the shade pavilion to be erected at the animal shelter, correct?
Yes.
And the second thing was the 20 by 20 foot addition.
Right.
And the third scope of work was the interior and exterior painting of the building, correct?
Right.
All right. And in fact, at page 123 of 143, and there was a responsive bid submitted, and that's your Exhibit 23 of your verified complaint. Trans Global Construction LLC responded to that scope of work, correct?
Right.
And the shade pavilion and Trans Global actually bid on all three scopes, right?
Right.
And they bid on the new shade pavilion for a proposed bid of $44,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
Animal shelter addition, they proposed $177,000 for the 20 by 20 addition,
Right.
and the painting was $36,000. Correct?
Right.
And that was provided to the council, right?
Yes.
So the administration sends out the bid, and they get a proposal for those three scopes of work, right?
Right.
What happened?
Nothing. Nothing got done.
Why not?
Well, the bid was, it was one bid, and we were contemplating the expense of what they were charging to
Right.
see if it was feasible.
Right. So it was a lot of money, wasn't it?
A curious amount, I would say.
Okay. And it was, to sum it up, in fact, I believe it was unacceptable to the administration, that price, and also unacceptable to the council. Is that correct?
Yes.
$36,000 for painting interior and exterior is a lot of money, wasn't it?
Yeah.
$177,000 for what? 20 by 20, 400 feet? It's a lot of money, right? Correct? Mm-hmm. So although the council, and strike that, the resolutions actually, we're getting back to the resolutions, 21R, 101, 102, and 103, those are your resolutions, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, when you look at the resolutions, you're actually, I'll call it the proponent, or what would you call it? What's the proper word in the council? You're the proponent of, or you're the
Author?
Yeah,
of
you're the
resolution?
You're the author of it.
Okay, well, the sponsor? Or,
Yeah, sponsor. That's thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
So you were the sponsor of 21R, 101, 102, and 103.
That's right.
And in fact, in an earnest effort to work with the mayor, you were actually the sponsor of the ordinance codifying those three resolutions, correct?
Right.
you personally wanted the work done, correct? You wanted the improvements, I should say, to the animal shelter.
Well, I think a lot of my constituents also want improvements to
Sure.
the animal shelter. So
Oh, you act on behalf of. Go ahead. I cut you off. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm
So,
sorry.
Yes, I'm acting on the behalf of my constituents.
Sure. So you're acting. You wanted it done because you felt your constituents wanted it done, right?
I know they do.
Okay. But it didn't get done, did it?
I believe we already established that.
Right. Because it was too expensive, correct?
Well, mostly because there was one bid, and it was very high.
Right.
Yeah.
Is that the mayor's fault that there was only one bid?
Well, no, I'm not. Never said it was her fault. What I said was it.
Go ahead, finish.
What I said was it was done late. It wasn't done in accordance with the ordinance. I never said what you just said.
Right.
Wow.
The ordinance, we already established that the mayor had until December 17th to act upon it, but yet bids are supposed to come back by December 13th. I just want to be clear. That ordinance.
Sustained.
Okay. If we could go next to charge 8.
I'd ask for a couple of questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Ms. Larissa?
Thank you. Councilwoman Sierra, Mr. Lepizeric made great import of allegedly you instructing the mayor. Let me ask you this. Did you pass those resolutions all by yourself?
No, my
The three
peers,
resolutions at issue. Who passed them?
the city council.
Was there any dissent of any of members of the council to any word of that resolution?
No, they were unanimous.
Okay. Mr. Lepizera is claiming that the ordinance was impossible to comply with because of a December 13th versus December 17th time frame. Let me read something in the charge that he didn't talk about. On or about December 23rd, 2021, the City Council received an email from the mayor requesting a 3-week extension of the deadline. Did the council decline or grant the mayor's request?
We granted it.
So the mayor had 3 weeks additional time.
That's correct.
Now, then did she comply with that extension of the 3-week deadline or no?
No.
In fact, you state under oath on January 24, 2022, which by my count is 1 month and 1 day after the date she got the 3-week extension, the City Council inquired as to the status of the RFP and warned via both email and verbally at a televised City Council meeting that the administration was in violation of the ordinance. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, so whether or not the date was December 13th, December 17th, or the 3-week extension, did she go past the 3-week extension she requested?
Yes.
When did you actually get the response to the RFP?
Well, the RFP is dated February 22nd, but we did not get it on that day. We got it in a private, a closed session. It was presented to us in a closed session, and I honestly don't remember if that was a month after that RFP came in. I don't remember the date of that closed session.
But it not only was past the ordinance date, it was past the 3-week extension that was granted to the mayor?
That's correct.
No further questions.
Just very quickly. So there was an email request and exchange in granting 3 weeks, correct?
Yeah, not directly with me.
Not directly with you, but
Yes.
with who?
Council President.
Gentron.
Yes.
Okay. You would agree with me, an email is not an ordinance, correct?
I agree.
Okay. Let's turn to charge 8, and I'll direct you to what's been submitted into evidence so we can have a clean record. And that would be page 14 of 143.
We're there.
You're there? Okay. I just wanted to give the witness enough time to look at it. So again, charge 8 relates to the animal shelter, correct?
Right.
And you're charging that Chapter 16, miscellaneous provisions, Article 2, the 2 grounds you're citing is subsection 1, willful violation of an ordinance, and subsection 4, I believe, willful neglect of duty, correct?
Correct.
And that's a heading that's underneath charge 8, which is paragraph 19, right?
Right.
Okay. First paragraph reads, under oath, upon learning that the city's strays were being housed in Lincoln due to the failure to make the previously requested improvements to the Albert G. Brien Memorial Animal Shelter at 105 Cumberland Street, the City Council unanimously passed Ordinance 22-017 on May 2nd, 2022, authorizing the mayor and administration to go out to bid for a contract to make necessary improvements at the animal shelter, and then you reference Exhibit 24. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
All right. You've alleged under oath that these animals were required to be housed in Lincoln due to the failure to make the previously requested improvements to the animal shelter. Is that your testimony?
Objection, that is not what he just read and not what she said. Said
Sustained.
They were being held in Lincoln, housed in Lincoln, not required to.
Okay, okay. You testified, and I'll read it. Upon learning that the city strays were being housed in Lincoln due to the failure to make the previously requested improvements, and I'm going to cut it short, to the animal shelter. That's your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you're testifying there, okay, that to the previously requested improvements, which were, as we established in Charge 7, is the shelter pavilion, correct? Yes?
Yes.
The 20 by 20 addition, correct?
Yep.
And the painting of the interior and the exterior, correct?
Right.
You're claiming under oath that because the administration didn't do those 3 things, that's what caused the animals to be housed in Lincoln.
No, what I'm claiming,
You go ahead. Give your answer, yes.
is that the mayor dragged her feet. She did not make any of the any improvements that was duly passed by the city council. We kept asking, can you do this? Can you do this? Can you do this? And there was every reason under the sun. Everything was late. Everything had to be followed up on in order to get them to move.
I'm going to move to strike, but I want to clarify something, okay? The only thing that's in the 4 corners of this complaint is the council requested to erect a shade pavilion at the shelter, to build a 20 by 20 addition, and to paint the interior exterior. That's it.
We also had
I'm going to move strike.
Overruled.
We also went down to the animal shelter, inspected it, I met with an inspector to find out exactly what was wrong and why the animals could not be housed in our shelter. And that was just ignored. Basically, there wasn't much that needed to be done in the shelter other than painting the interior of it to make the waste and the cleaning of the animals, guide the cleaning product down the aisle so it wasn't interfering with the cages where the animals were being held. We kept going back and forth on this subject, kept asking, okay, what do we need to do? What do we need to do? What do we need to do to get the animals back in there? Nothing was ever done.
Move to strike. That's beyond the scope. There is no evidence, or forget about evidence, reference in the record to any of that.
Sustained.
Thank you. Ms. Sierra, if we could turn to Exhibit 24, and I'll direct you to the exact page of the complaint that's submitted into evidence.
I have it, 22017.
The page, though.
Could you give me the page number?
No, we got to find the page.
It's at, let's see. Exhibit 24, it can be found at page 129 of 143, and the ordinance starts at page 130. I apologize, my pages that I prepared aren't Bates labeled. Are you there?
Yes.
Thank you. So, this ordinance is dated April 18th, 2022, and if you turn the page, it appears that first passage was April 18th, 2022, and second passage was May 2nd, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, Section 6 states, this ordinance shall take effect immediately upon second passage by the City Council. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Mayor had no veto power on this one?
I'm sorry?
Did the City Council pass an ordinance that eliminated the mayor's ability to veto this ordinance?
Objection, legal conclusion.
Sustained.
Well, I'll ask you this. Section 6 says this ordinance shall take effect immediately upon second passage by the City Council. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And we've already established that Chapter 4 on the Home Rule Charter, under Mayor, Section 9, that the mayor has 10 days to either veto it sign it, or do nothing, correct?
Correct.
And this ordinance didn't contain the usual language that says that this ordinance shall take effect on the 11th consecutive day following its second passage. It didn't provide for that, did it?
Objection, I don't know if that's the usual language, never seen it.
Well,
Sustained.
let me rephrase it. Did this ordinance provide that this ordinance shall take effect on the 11th consecutive day following its second passage?
Objection, we've already established what it says. You've read it in the record twice.
Doesn't provide for it, does it? Ms. Sierra, on page 131 of 143, you're the sponsor of this ordinance, correct?
Correct.
Did you physically draft this ordinance, or did the city solicitor?
I probably did.
You did.
Yeah, I draft my own ordinances and resolutions.
You do.
I do.
And you believe you drafted this one, correct?
You know.
I would say yes, I did.
Okay.
I believe I did, yeah.
And
Sure did.
And hence, you added the language that this ordinance shall take effect immediately upon passage. That was your
I
language.
use a template. That's what I use for
Okay.
my ordinances.
Right. And your template provides for that language, correct?
Yeah?
And so it doesn't provide for the 11 days, your template, correct?
That's right.
So is it fair to say, when you draft your own ordinances, even though you draft it, and no one says you can't draft it, do you provide a copy to the city solicitor to sign off on form and substance?
Sometimes. Most times I do.
You do?
Yeah, most.
How about this one? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you think the city solicitor is aware of the 11 consecutive days?
I do.
Right. So if he's aware of it, you would agree, we've already testified, we already established that that section's not provided in this ordinance, correct?
Objection.
I don't understand what you...
Fourth time asked.
Well, do you think Mr. DeSimone would have picked up on the fact that you have an ordinance that says it takes effect immediately upon passage when the mayor is entitled to 10 days thereafter?
Objection.
Do you think he would pick up on that?
Sustained.
Objection.
Well, we can ask Mr. DeSimone. Let's turn to actually, let's stay on page 131 of 143. And if we focus on sections 3 and 4, you would agree with me, section 3, the city was asked to solicit bids for masonry dividing walls, cinder block, to be erected in between each interior and exterior kennel. Is that part of what section 3 states?
That's right.
And it also provided that to solicit bids, including the chain link fencing, to be removed from the area and disposed of. Is that correct?
Right.
And then also section 4 references the city shall solicit a bid to remove, repair, and or replace remaining chain link fencing within the interior and exterior kennel areas.
Right.
Right? So this ordinance 22017 is focused on something a lot different than 21R101, 21R102, and 21R103, isn't it? And I'll refresh your recollection. I know you're the sponsor of the resolutions, but 101 and 102 and 103 is to erect a shade pavilion at the animal shelter, 2, to build and erect a 20 by 20 addition, and 3, to paint the interior and exterior of the animal shelter, correct?
I have to look. I need a minute.
Okay, take your time.
Mine was a little different, so it's taking a little second. Where are those resolutions? This one.
Mr. Lapazera, do you recall the page of those?
Yeah,
three
sure, I'm
resolutions?
sorry. I thought,
Help us find
because
them.
she's the sponsor, I figured she would have it. I'll find it for you. So, Mr. Larissa, if you could go to Exhibit 20 of your client's verified complaint, and I'll get you the page.
I think I have
It is, Exhibit 20 starts at 104 of 143, 21R 101 is page 105, 21R 102 is page 106, and then page 107 is 21R 103.
Okay, we're getting there. Here you go.
this one.
Could we repeat the question?
Sure.
If that's...
Can you use the microphone, please? Mr. Leprezara, can you use the microphone, please?
Or could we have the stenographer repeat the question?
Yes, if you could do that.
Question, so this ordinance 22017 was focused on something a lot different than 21R 101, 21R 102, and 21R 103, isn't it? And then I'll refresh your recollection. That's the question.
Did you want me to answer that? Are you ready for the answer? Yes, it is different in that, in the reason being, because in between the passage of these two, I went down to the animal shelter and I had a meeting with the building inspector, and he stated that in order to get the animals back into the shelter, that these things, the things cited on the ordinance needed to be done. So that's why that was drafted a little bit different, because there was a meeting that took place in between.
So I'm going to move to strike. It's non-responsive, and it's outside the four corners of the complaint.
I object to the move to strike. He asked the question of whether they were different, and she admitted they were and explained why. Nothing to do with the materiality of the charge, I would suggest.
To strike is overruled. You asked the question.
Ms. Sierra, did this go out to bid?
What?
The last scope of work we were just talking about.
Could you refresh my memory?
Yeah, it was the, if I can recall without looking at it, I believe it's the masonry, I'll call it petitions, and the removing of the fenced-in area inside and outside. Did that go out to bid?
Yes, it did.
Going to. If you could go to Exhibit 24. And that takes us to 22017 again. And go to page 3, which it looks like it's the top of the page. Actually, it's about a third of the way down. It says specification sheet.
Can we get the page again?
Yes, I'm sorry. Page 132 of 143, Mr. Larissa. Are you ready?
I am.
Okay, I'm sorry. I wanted to give you enough time. So on that specification sheet, do you know what these 2 pages are?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a copy of a bid that was an informal assessment of the animal shelter done by DeStefano Brothers.
Do you know how that bid came up? When I say bid, do you know how this specification came about, that DeStefano Brothers provided this? How did that come about? Do you know?
I called them and asked for a copy of it.
Okay. Do you know how DeStefano Brothers came about
Yes,
visiting the animal shelter?
I do.
Who asked DeStefano Brothers to go out to the animal shelter?
The gentleman who was running, I don't know if he does it this time, but he was running our animal shelter. He had this company do his work in the Blackstone shelter, the same identical thing. And then he had asked the Stefano Brothers to go and take a look at what would it cost to do the same thing in the Woonsocket animal shelter. That's how this came to be.
And again, I apologize if I missed it. How did you come about getting a copy of this?
I called and asked for it.
You called someone at DeStefano Brothers?
That's right.
If you can turn to Exhibit 25, which is page 134 of 143. That appears to be a 4-page document entitled City of Woonsocket, Rhode Island, Invitation to Bid number 6085, Improvements to Animal Shelter, Kennel Area, Interior and Exterior. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at the bottom of that page, there appears to be a signature above the line, Christine Chamberlain, Finance Director. Is that correct?
Yep.
And according to this document that you attached to your verified complaint, it's published June 1, 2022. That's what it says in the document anyways, right?
That's right.
And it says that there's a mandatory pre-bid for Thursday, June 9, 2022 at 10 a.m. at the Animal Control Center, 9 Cumberland Hill Road, Woonsocket, Rhode Island. Did I read that correctly?
That's right.
Right. So the city actually, the administration actually took steps to follow through on improvements to the animal shelter, correct?
Yes.
And if you turn to the second page, for the record, page 136 of 143 of your Exhibit 25, at the top of that document, it references anticipated project funding from the American Rescue Plan Act. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Sometimes the American Rescue Plan Act is referred to as ARPA. Is that correct, the acronym?
Yes.
Right. And is this document saying that potentially funding for these improvements that may come from ARPA funds.
It appears that way.
Okay. And if we look down at the technical specifications, under Section 1, it says scope of work, correct?
Right.
And Section 1.02, description of work, it provides masonry, dividing walls, in parens cinder block, to be erected in between each interior and exterior kennel, including the chain link fencing to be removed from the area and disposed of. That's in the first bullet point, correct?
Yes.
And the second bullet point reads, remove, repair, and or replace remaining chain link fencing within the interior and exterior kennel areas. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
It also references well, strike that. It goes on to state initial inspection report, initial moisture reading of 4 and hardness of 34. Correct?
Yes.
And then current overall condition, it states rough floor with lots of divots and gouging, entire space is broken into little rooms which will require a lot of cutting in and hand grinding. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And then it also says site prep diamond grinding, and under that, surface preparation necessary for finish coat adhesion, and dust is minimized by connecting grinders to high efficiency vacuum systems. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And that's all part of bid number 6085 that the administration put out to bid, and that's part of the scope of work that the administration put out, correct?
Yes.
And then if you turn the page, it has some other details. Floor prep, it says mender, correct?
Yes.
And then it also goes on to say pit and crack repair, apply mender to damaged areas and regrind the surface prior to applying the floor finish, correct?
Yes.
It also asked the bidders, proposed bidders, for a triple layer floor finish, floor base coat, polyurethane, premier color chips, and UV resistant polyaspartic clear coat, correct?
Yes.
And then it goes on to some and discusses some other other scope of work. Is that correct?
Yes.
So in this particular bid, there's some significant detail in the in the request for proposal, correct?
Yes.
And do you know, and if you don't, you don't, but do you know what department actually comes up with this particular scope of work and the detail that goes into that scope of work? Do you know?
No.
It wouldn't be finance,
I wouldn't think.
right? Possibly construction?
Objection, she already said she didn't know.
Okay.
Sustained.
It involves, when an RFP goes out, you would agree that different departments.
I already stated different departments do the RFPs.
Different departments are
Right.
involved, correct?
Right.
So sometimes different departments have to communicate with one another in order to get an RFP done, correct?
I would assume so.
And just to wrap up on this particular count, and if you're aware, if you're not, you're not. Do you know if there were any responses or bidders that came about as a result of this request for a proposal?
I was not notified, to my knowledge, if anything came out of this.
So you're not
To this
aware?
day. No.
And today's obviously October 4th, right?
That's right.
2022. And you've been the sponsor of multiple resolutions, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Ordinances, correct?
I'm sorry?
Yes.
And it's important to you and your constituents, as you said, to have this animal shelter improved, correct?
Yes.
And it's your testimony that you're not aware of any bidders that responded to this request for proposal.
We were never provided the results.
Okay. Was any work done to the animal shelters?
No.
Okay. And currently, the animals, the strays that are homeless, they're housed in Lincoln right now, correct?
That's right.
Do you know if any other bids were sent out for improvements to the animal shelter after this?
I believe it was rebid.
So the administration, strike that. So you believe it was rebid, correct?
Yes, but I believe when I read the bids that were online, that was rebid.
Okay. And so your testimony is the administration sent this out for rebid, but that rebid wasn't in response to another ordinance that was passed by the council.
I don't understand your question.
In other words, the administration itself went out to rebid.
I said I believe so. I'm not 100% sure. It was
understand.
9 pages of RFPs during that time period that went out, so I just don't remember if that was one of them. I recollect that one of these ordinances had gone out to rebid. I'm not quite sure if it was exactly that one, and I don't have it in front of me, so I don't want to.
I understand.
Okay, good.
You think it may have, but you're not positive, right?
Objection, speculation.
Just-
Sustained.
But you just said, did you say there were 9 pages of bids?
Yes, during that particular time period, bids and rebids.
So the administration's busy sending out many requests for proposals other than this animal shelter, correct?
They're busy with theirs. The ones that they put out, not the ones that the council wants out.
So are you telling me there's a divide? Theirs, it's the council and the administration, it's theirs, or is it the city of Woonsocket?
Objection.
Sustained.
So it doesn't count for a request for proposal doesn't mean anything to you unless you're the sponsor of it and unless you want it done. Is that your testimony?
Sustained.
One last. If you could just quickly, we're going to wrap up charge 8, page 14 of 143.
Okay.
So that first line under paragraph 19, it says, upon learning that the city strays were being housed in Lincoln. Okay? When did you, because this is, as you've made clear, this is your verified complaint that you signed under oath. When did you learn that the strays were being housed in Lincoln?
I learned that after we had a private session discussing the condition of the animal shelter, and I don't recall the exact date. That's, I believe, was when we were handed the one response to the RFP to build the 20 by 20 and paint the interior, exterior, and erect the shade pavilion that was built at the wrong, well, that was built at the place that we did not authorize it to be built. So that was part of that too. I don't recall what month that was. I just recall that it came out of that circumstance.
Was there any discussion between the council and the administration about the city of Woonsocket possibly collaborating with Lincoln and Cumberland for animal shelter services?
Yes.
Okay. And so you agree that the administration and the council did discuss that, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, Mr. Maruzak, am I at Exhibit C, I think it is? My Exhibit C, I want to,
Yes,
you
you
are.
Yes, you did
Thank you.
A and B.
thank you. I'm going to hand the clerk Exhibit C, which is a 2-page document. It is the City of Woonsocket minutes, City Council special meeting, Monday, March 14th, 2022, at 7 p.m. Don't want to keep mine.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, how many pages?
I'm sorry, it's 2 pages.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take your time, Ms. Sierra.
I have it.
Okay, and I just want to look at page 2, number 4, the last line talks about, there's a discussion about possible collaboration to consolidate with Lincoln and Cumberland. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, so these minutes are from March 14th, 2022 at 7 p.m. that I pulled off the City of Woonsocket website. Does that refresh your recollection about the administration and the council at least discussing possible collaboration with those two towns?
Well, I already admitted that we did.
I'm just saying, but you didn't recall the date, so I'm refreshing your does that refresh your recollection as to at least a time period when it was discussed?
It does. I knew it was after we got the bid, which was
Right.
February 22nd, so that makes sense that it was March.
Sure.
That's probably when we got the bid results, too. I think at this meeting.
Okay. By the way, the bid, that was $257,000, that was astronomical and was unacceptable to the council and the administration, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
2 months late.
So you say. Council President, could
Yes.
we take a 5-minute break so I could regroup?
Absolutely.
Could I just redirect on?
Oh,
to
go
close
ahead.
that off?
Yes.
Just be 1 minute.
Sure.
Thank you. Councilwoman Sierra, your charge 8 says that ordinance 22-017 required the administration to solicit bids no later than May 30th, 2022. Did that happen?
No.
And to preside the results of the RFP to the city council on or before June 14, 2022. Did that happen?
No.
Did the mayor, as she did in another instance, request any extension of those deadlines?
No.
No further questions.
Thank you. If we could have a motion to recess for 5 minutes?
So moved.
Motion made by Councilman Canoyer, seconded by Councilman Ward to recess for 5 minutes. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, and we are in recess.
Council President, I have a request.
Okay?
I told Mr. Larissa and Mr. Maruzak I'm finished my cross-examination
Okay?
of Ms. Sierra. I understand that the complainant rests, so that would mean that the defense would start now.
Yes.
What I'm requesting, given the time, it's 10:20, we've only been through 3 charges, and that's just with the complaining witness. I would say we probably have, tough to say, maybe another 7 or 8 hours of testimony. What I am asking at this time is for a date for next week, and possibly to streamline that. I talked to Mr. Maruzak, and I understand it's the council's prerogative. We may try to submit affidavits to shorten this, but I do realize that the charter provision, it's Chapter 16, miscellaneous provisions, Section 5, time for hearing, that the council shall hear and determine said charges within 10 days after the officer against whom the charges have been brought has been furnished with a copy of said charges, unless said proceedings shall be adjourned for a cause to a time not exceeding 30 days in all, or unless, through no fault of the council, the charges cannot be heard and determined within the time herein above set forth, in which case the council shall hear and determine the charges within the time herein above set forth when the cause for delay has been removed. As we know that there was an intermediate action brought in the Supreme Court, there was a temporary stay, there was briefing by the parties, that stay was lifted. I recognize that the complaint itself is dated September 6th. Today's October 4th. Thursday would be October 6th. That would be the 30 days. What I am, and I'm cognizant of that.
Actually, the 5th is 30 days.
5th.
Yeah.
So that's correct. So
That's all right. You can make mistakes too.
not under oath, though. So what I am, but as the charter provision allows for, the council can extend beyond the 30 days. And if the mayor agrees, which we would agree, that on the record we would not hold the council to that 30-day period, regardless of what happens in this proceeding, whether it's an adverse outcome or not, we would stipulate that we would not be pressing that 30 days. And so what we're looking to do is, given the time, to set forth another date next week. We'll try to hone our defense even more, possibly with affidavits, as opposed to being here until possibly 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. So that's what I'm asking. I think that, looking around the room, there's still a lot of people here. Some people have left, and I want to be as efficient as possible. I can tell you, as I said last week, I wish I could have 6 months to do what I have to do, but I have to abide by the charter provisions, as does this council. So I'm asking for another date next week, and I will try to hone the presentation, and we will not be pressing the 30 days.
So I won't speak for the council. I will just tell you my opinion. I'm prepared to go as long as we have to tonight to see this through. I think that the city of Woonsocket needs to see whatever the answer is, this needs to come to an end. And I think that no matter how it ends up, delaying it is just dragging out the pain for everybody in the city that wants to see this come to an end. That being said, if we got to a point where tonight it was getting too late and everyone felt that it was not a good time to continue, the most that I would be interested in doing is just continuing till tomorrow. So I will put it out for discussion with the council. But my opinion is we trudge through, and if we have to, if it gets ridiculously late, then we adjourn, we continue it until tomorrow, and we just pick up where we are, wherever that point is. But I'll leave it to my colleagues to give their opinion.
Mr. President,
Councilman Gillette.
I agree with you totally as far as tomorrow is concerned. I do not want this delayed any more than it has been. As a matter of fact, I suggest tomorrow rather than 7, that we come in at 6.
Okay. Thank
Council
you.
President?
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Just from a brief conversation, I believe that we might have a hard time securing a stenographer for tomorrow. So that is something that we need to consider.
Well, is there another stenographer that would be available?
Out a couple of calls.
Okay.
So far, no one has responded.
Okay.
In the positive.
Okay. Any other?
Yeah, it's only 10:30 now. I think it's premature, so I think we should just push ahead, and then we'll reassess it as we go. I think we're wasting time right now.
All right. Let's continue. So now you, Mr. Leprosari, you had said that your cross-examination is closed.
It is.
So now it would be turned over to your defense.
So I'm going to call Finance Director Christine Chamberlain.
Very good.
It's over there. It's over.
So,
Madam Clerk, if you could please swear Ms. Chamberlain in.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
State your full name and spell it, please.
Christine Chamberlain, Christine, Chamberlain, Chamberland.
Just make sure you look this.
Go ahead.
thank you. Good evening, Ms. Chamberlain.
Good evening.
So you have to.
Okay.
Do you mind if we move the table?
No, whatever.
She has her back towards me, so it's a little.
Watch the mic.
Here's that other microphone.
This one? Good.
It's better.
Good evening.
Thanks, Steve.
Good evening.
So, Ms. Chamberlain, you work for the city of Woonsocket,
Yes.
and what's your position?
Finance Director,
How long have you been the finance director?
about eight years.
8 years?
Yes.
And prior to becoming the finance director for the city of Woonsocket, had you ever served in that role beforehand as a finance director in any other city or town?
No.
How about a deputy finance director?
Yes.
Yes. And what city or towns?
Woonsocket, the city of Woonsocket.
Okay. And how long were you the deputy finance director in the city of Woonsocket?
About 15 years,
15 years. So you've been here a long time.
31 years. in
31
total.
years. Okay. And I want to, have you read the verified complaint filed by Ms. Sierra?
Yes.
And so, I'm going to try to refer to the verified complaint that was admitted into evidence, so the record's clear. So, I'm currently looking at page 8 of 143, and that's charge 2, which charges the mayor of willful violation of any provisions of the charter or ordinances and willful neglect of duties. Specifically, the complaint charges that certain monthly financial statements have not been provided to the council. Are you aware of that charge?
Yes.
Okay. Who is responsible for providing the council monthly financial reports?
I am the finance department.
Okay. And is that you specific? Who's your deputy finance director?
Cindy Johnston.
Right. Have you prepared monthly financial statements in the past?
Yes.
Does Ms. Johnston assist you at all in preparing those monthly financial statements?
Yes.
Do you understand that the charter requires you to provide the monthly financial statements
Yes.
to the city council?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And are you up to date in providing the city council with those monthly financial statements?
No, I am not.
Does the mayor provide those monthly? Does the mayor create or prepare those monthly financial statements?
No.
Does she have the background to prepare those monthly financial statements?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. What kind of knowledge and experience do you need to prepare those monthly financial statements?
I have to analyze. I compare the prior fiscal year to the current fiscal year. And an accounting background, you have to be able to recognize when there's an error when a report doesn't make sense.
Okay. I've actually looked at some past monthly financial statements, and they're pretty lengthy, aren't they?
Yes.
Somewhere between sometimes 60 to 70 pages.
Yes.
And those pages contain written words, right?
Yes, some.
Explanations, right?
Some.
Right? But a lot of it has to do with financial information, right?
Yes.
Excel spreadsheets?
Yes.
What does it take to prepare a monthly financial statement? Is that something you can turn around in an hour?
No.
What does it take?
If I had all the reports from the system, it would take me probably a half a day depending if I'm interrupted, or it could be a full day depending on what else is going on in the office.
In the finance department, it's you as the finance director, correct?
Yes.
The deputy finance director, which is Cindy Johnston.
Yes.
Who else is employed in the finance department, or works in the finance department?
Well, right now we are very short-staffed. It's difficult to get qualified people to apply for our jobs, and I'm very short-staffed. Like right now, I don't have a tax assessor. I have an interim assessor helping out. During the fiscal year, I didn't have a treasurer for quite a bit of time during the year. The treasurer, Lori Perry, we granted her some flexibility in her schedule so she could address some personal, take some personal time. And it's difficult. We're short-staffed and mostly a lot of my department.
And it's your department. You're the head of that department, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, the council appropriates monies, right?
Yes.
All right. How many staff members do you think, because you're the director of that
Right.
department, how many staff members, if you had a wish list, how many staff members would you like to employ in the finance department to run
well,
it efficiently?
I think an assistant controller would be a good idea, someone with an accounting degree that could, me and Cindy and myself are pulled in a lot of different directions during the day, and someone that could just sit and concentrate on doing the books, getting the general ledger up to date without the constant interruptions, because me and Cindy we're interrupted all day long.
And when you say interrupted with what?
With issues coming without a treasurer full-time and without a tax assessor, there's taxpayer issues that had to be addressed all the time. There's always, during the year, in the spring, we had the tax sale. We had tax sale letters that went out. We had the statistical reval. We had all those letters went out. And we had the motor vehicle block, which is when we send a list to the motor vehicle, the registry of motor vehicles, and they send letters to anybody who hasn't paid their taxes, their motor vehicle, and they block. So they send a letter to anybody, all those people. And we bombarded with phone calls, and all those things happened all at once. And without a treasurer and a tax assessor, any issues that come up, would go to me or the deputy finance director. And it's just hard to sit and, when you're doing the detailed accounting work, you have to concentrate and not get interrupted.
So you're telling me that you're actually doing some ministerial work too, right? Answering phones?
Oh, during that time, we were all answering phones. We were trying to, we need to service the taxpayers. That's what we had to do at that time. And I'm not saying the books were ignored, because I could monitor. That's another story about the conversion of our computer systems. In July of 2021, we converted our accounting system to a new system. Our system that we had was not supported anymore, so we had to convert to the new system, which we required to, do the setup, training classes, which took a lot of time, training the staff to use the accounting software, and then there's a big learning curve. Before we could just go to certain reports, pull them up, and it was just a learning curve to find the reports that we used to have. And then in the February, we converted to the new Vision 2.0. That's the billing software and collection software. And at that time, there was, getting the collection data into our general ledger the systems aren't talking. So a lot of that work is creating a spreadsheet that we can import into the general ledger, and which is very time consuming. So
it sounds like you're having migration issues between the old software and the new software?
Yes.
Have those kinks been worked out?
No.
What needs to be done to get those kinks ironed out?
that also takes time to work with the software vendor to get the systems working the way they need to, especially the Vision 2.0 system. With the water bills have been a very challenge. The tax bills, and obviously getting the tax bills out on a new system at the same year there's a reval. It's just been, it's been a lot for my department, and everyone works hard. It's just, but we're getting caught up. It's still time consuming to get the revenue into the system. But I could look at the Opal trial balance and I could see, you know, I know what our revenue is. I don't want people to think I don't know like we don't know where we stand. It's just a matter of getting the reports to, you know, getting the collection system into the general ledger. That's time consuming.
Do you know where you stand right now with these monthly financial reports?
I submitted March. April just got finished entering the revenue for April. April is a big month because that's when collections are due. So now I'm going to review it and make sure it reconciles to the general ledger, reconciles to the collection system, and I should be able to get a report out.
I want to make clear, so in your department, it's you, Cindy Johnston, who else?
There's Laura Doobie, but she just moved to Treasury. And there's, I mean, I have a Treasury staff. Sabina has been assisting. She's a collection specialist, so she's been assisting, you know, getting the revenue, like creating a spreadsheet to get into the general ledger to post the collections.
Anyone else?
Want to know everyone? I'm assessing. I have an assessing department. I have 2 clerks. And there's the Treasury Department.
What's the Treasury Department?
They collect. Taxpayers are coming in all the time they answer phones. People have inquiries on what their balances are. We send out delinquent notices, and that, you know, people call. When we send out delinquent notices, people will call to inquire about their bills.
And you're responsible for overseeing the whole department, correct?
Yes.
Including Treasury?
Yes, and personnel and purchasing. Well, purchasing falls under finance, my department. Cindy is controls.
So you mentioned purchasing, correct?
Yes.
So in addition to overseeing the entire department, being responsible for preparing these monthly reports, dealing with the migration issues with the new software, correct? You actually sign off on invitations to bids, don't you?
I do.
How much time does that take up?
Purchasing can be time consuming at times. It can be. As our purchase order clerk retired in April, so we have a new employee. She's doing a great job, but there's also a learning curve with that.
Do you need to communicate with other departments in order to issue an invitation to bid?
Yes.
So, for example, I'll refer to Ms. Sierra's Bates label complaint. Actually, it's the defense B. I'm looking at bid number 6087, equipment for the Woonsocket skateboard park. And I'll just show you the front page.
Mm-hmm.
Is that your signature?
Yes, it is.
So tell me, what kind of work goes into preparing that invitation to bid?
Well, usually the departments, well, whatever department, usually the skateboard park would be Public Works, and they provide, the bid specs. And then my department would advertise, put it on the website, the state website, put the ad in the paper. And then we set a date and open the bids at that time.
So there's some work that goes into getting these invitation to bids out.
Yes, yes,
Collaboration between planning maybe other departments, correct?
right.
If engineering's involved, or Department of Public Works or other departments, correct?
Right, and then once the bids are open, create a bid tap sheet, which goes to the director of the department that the bid is for, and they, select the bid, the vendor that they choose. And we have to, then there's purchase, so then the department also prints purchase orders. So people enter requisitions, we have to make sure that they comply. Certain purchase orders have to go to council if they're over 100,000 and such.
How many hours do you work a week?
Probably 45 to 50 usually on average, sometimes more, sometimes less.
Okay. Besides the monthly financial reports, do you appear at city council meetings?
Yes,
And you actually, when you have the monthly financial reports, you submit it to the council and that gets added as an agenda item, is that correct?
yes,
And then do you appear at the city council meeting to answer any questions or explain the report?
yes, I'm at
And I'm sorry, where are you in terms of, what's the last report you submitted?
submitted March, I believe, March.
Okay. And that would have been in August?
No, I just submitted it for this meeting. It wasn't March, I think it was March.
Okay. And you're working on April right now?
Yes,
You're also required, other than monthly financial reports, to prepare other reports, aren't you?
of course, yes.
Okay. And those reports are submitted to the city council?
So there's, the council requested that we add some new reports, a bid report, a bill pay, whatever invoice bills we paid report, and a staffing report. So my department prepares those.
What's in a staffing report? I haven't seen one of those.
It's a list of every position, the budget, and whether it's full or vacant.
Okay. And are there a lot of vacancies right now?
Yes.
Why?
Well, it's a nationwide problem where it's hard, to find help. The pays are low. We're not getting applicants. When we advertise for a job, we're not getting many qualified applicants or any applicants at all. We also have testing, which maybe some people don't like to take a test before they get a job. That might turn people off.
Has the mayor discussed with you addressing the lack of monthly financial reports?
Not recently. I think she knows we're working hard and trying to get everything done, and we're pretty overwhelmed.
Okay. What about, do you know what the American Rescue Plan Act is?
Yes,
Sometimes referred, the acronym's ARPA.
of course, yes.
Okay. And also part of your duties is dealing with ARPA funds?
Right, we do have an opera administrator, but I do help with that too.
You help with that as well?
The reports, yes.
And who is the opera administrator?
Paul Luba,
And what hours does he work? How many hours does he work a week?
he works 4 days a week. I don't know, he works a full day, 8 hours, and I'm sure he puts in more time
Okay.
than that.
And what about, do you deal with Community Development Block Grant Funds, otherwise known as CDBG?
The deputy controller, she handles the CDBG and federal funds.
That's Miss Johnston?
Yes.
Ms. Chamberlain, I am looking at the City Council regular meeting minutes for February 21, 2022. And I'm going to refresh, put this in front of you for a second. So these are the meeting minutes. And I'm referring you to section 10 where it says communications and reports from city officers. You see that?
Yes.
And under that, 10.1 is finance director.
Yes,
And that's you, correct?
correct.
So on February 21, 2022, it appears, according to these meeting minutes, that you provided the October 21 financial report.
Yes,
So in February, you're submitting the October report.
yes.
So you're a couple months behind at that point. What happened after February 2022, February 21, 2022? It seems like the monthly financial reports.
Mr. Leprezara, do you want to enter that as evidence or as an exhibit?
Yes, I will. Could I have it marked and then take it back?
Yes.
Unfortunately, I only have one copy, so I'm going to have to retrieve it back. Would I be at exhibit, was it
D.
I believe?
D, yes.
Thank you.
How many pages?
It is total 8 pages, and again, it's the February 21, 2022 City Council regular meeting minutes, and for the record, I retrieved all of these meeting minutes from the City of Woonsocket website.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Lepizeri, you're going to be reading more from that. I don't have to have it in front of me, but I'd at least like to see what we're talking about here.
Sure.
You're going to be referring to that more?
I'll show you where I'm referring to. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. You're going to talk about more in here? Or that?
No, I think just.
Okay.
Is that good? Sorry.
That's okay. Minor point.
So I'm showing you what's been marked Exhibit D, again, which is the February 21, 2022 City Council minutes for their regular meeting, and turning to page 3. First of all, number 10 says communications and reports from city officers, correct?
Yes,
And then what we see is 10.1 is finance director, right?
yes,
And then 10.2 is public works, 10.3 is public safety, 10.4 is planning department, and it goes on to different departments in the administration, correct?
yes.
So I want to focus your attention again to 10.1, and says 22 CO 13, October 21 financial report, right?
Yes,
So it looks like in late February, you're submitting the October 21 financial report, right?
right.
In the past, and I can look at I don't want to waste time, but I can look at the meeting minutes. Do you know what the charter requires in terms of what the finance director, how often you're supposed to provide those monthly financial reports? Obviously monthly, right?
Correct.
But how quickly after the end of the month, do you know?
It's 25 days.
Okay. How often were you getting the monthly financial reports in 2021 to the city council? Do you recall? And I don't expect you to know,
Right.
but were you 6 months behind in 2021?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't know, but I was pretty on schedule.
And I can tell you, I've printed out the last couple of years of all the meeting minutes, and I've read them. And it seems like February 21, 2022, you're submitting the October report, okay? But it seems to me that you kind of fell off during 2022.
Yes. It was like a perfect storm, I would call it. And
So what I want to discuss is, like, what is the perfect storm? Tell me what's happening. Are you purposely not providing the council these financial reports?
no,
Is the mayor telling you, don't provide the city council those financial reports?
no.
So tell me, what is causing you to not submit the monthly financial reports within 25 days or whatever it is under the charter? Tell us what's happening.
So I'm not going to issue a report. I mean, the date is not in the system, so
Stop right there, because I was a finance major as an undergrad, and I switched over to law school, okay? But a lot of people don't understand. You're saying the data is not there. I want you to articulate, what data are you referring to?
the figures from, I mean, we need to make journal entries, which means we need to record the transactions into our general ledger to generate a report.
Okay. So give me an example. I'm a taxpayer.
Yes,
I come in and I want to pay my, well, We know that the motor vehicle taxes are just about going, but I want to pay my real estate taxes. It's not built into my mortgage payment, so I'm paying my mortgage, my real estate taxes. I come in, I pay my quarterly amount, $2,000, okay? First of all, does Woonsocket accept cash?
Yes, we do.
Okay. I'm sure that causes a lot of work too, right?
Right.
All right. So if I bring in $2,000 cash and with my quarterly stub, someone has to process that, right?
Correct.
And when you say a journal entry, tell me, because you're the head of the finance department,
Right.
tell me what the person who's making that journal entry, what do they do? What do they have to do?
Well, the cashier doesn't make the journal entry. The cashier takes the money, enters it into the system, applies it to the person's account, and they create a batch. So a day, a clerk will have a batch. At the end of the day, they have to prove out the batch, make sure, that cash and checks, it all reconciles. They post it, and then someone else has to record it into the, the general ledger. Like if you have at home, you keep track of your checking account.
Okay. So you have checks and balances, right? So the cashier is accepting the cash. They're going through their batches. They have to reconcile at the end of the day, but someone else is making the journal entries.
Correct.
Who is the person that's making the journal entries?
Well, that's what should automatically, that should happen automatically, but it's not. So what happens is you import like a file, and then it should, if everything's working correctly, you can import that into the general ledger. And that's, the systems aren't talking, so it needs to be resolved.
Okay. I'm a little confused, okay? When you're saying the systems aren't talking.
I have a collection system and a general ledger system. They're two different, they're not an integrated system. They're two different softwares. So one, I have to get the collection data, the revenue from what I've collected in Treasury from the taxes into my general ledger system, which means so I can, like we reconcile a checking account like anybody else would. We have a checking account, and the city, we have to reconcile that too. But we have to get the data into the accounting software to do that.
Okay. So what needs to be done? Because I know everyone in the city, the mayor, the council, they want it done right, right? So what needs to be done to get these two systems to be talking to one another? Do you know?
I haven't. It needs to be addressed. So that's like a computer issue with the software vendors.
Okay, so there's two separate software vendors.
Yes.
All right. Have you taken any steps to address this problem?
Initially I was trying to resolve it, and then things got, out of control, really busy with the tax sale and such. So we did come up with a way to get the information where someone's creating a spreadsheet from the batches, and that spreadsheet, we're importing that into the general ledger, where if it was a perfect, how it should work is the Vision software should create a file that I can import into the accounting software, so it won't be done manually, creating that spreadsheet.
What else can be improved in the finance department to get the monthly financial reports more in a timely fashion? What else can be done? You're the head, you're the director.
Right.
You have the floor right now. The council's here, the mayor's here. Tell us what your suggestions are.
I know the council in our budget, we used to have some temporary services. We would hire some interns, and they would help with, paperwork that we have. They could do, tasks for us, like create spreadsheets. And it was very helpful, and it's helpful to the interns too that are in college, because they can learn, and maybe eventually they might decide, like we have an intern now that she's a collections specialist. She started as an intern, she went to Rick, and now she's an employee. So she's, it worked for us and it worked for her. And I think an assistant controller would be a good position to add. Someone who can just concentrate on the accounting and not get interrupted constantly.
Because you're getting interrupted constantly.
Yeah, it's hard to, accounting work, you have to pay attention to detail, make sure you don't make mistakes. You add an extra zero, all of a sudden you have, then you have to find where your mistake is. You just need to be, if you get interrupted with the telephone call, you start all over. Like a bank rec for the general fund is, it takes time to learn how to do that, because there's a lot of transactions that run through it. It's not like your home checking account.
So, regardless of who the mayor is in the city,
Yes.
can you get these monthly financial reports out any quicker as of right now?
No.
So, what can you do, okay? Because you have the council here, okay?
Right.
Don't be bashful. What do you need in your department? What assistance do you need in order for you to get these monthly financial reports within the time period prescribed by the charter? Say it. What do you need?
I need more employees.
Council President, if I could have the next exhibit marked Exhibit E. It is a 3-page document. It is the minutes for the City Council special meeting dated Monday, May 9th, 2022.
And how many pages did you say?
Three,
Three.
Council President.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You said Exhibit E, right?
Yeah, E. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, no.
And actually, before I get to Exhibit E, I want to go back to Exhibit D. So under 10.1 Finance Director, and again, this is page 4 of the February 21, 2022 minutes for the City Council regular meeting. We talked about 22 CO 13, that's the October 2021 financial report, right? Lengthy report, right?
Yes.
Right. And then there's also another report. Can you read that?
It's 22-CO-14, City of Woonsocket bids, December 2021 report.
Okay. So that's something the council's required you to provide?
Yes.
And what's entailed in that? Just the number of bids that went out?
Yeah, the bids, I put the date, the bid, when it was published, when the bid was opened, who was awarded the bid.
So another report you have to prepare. Are there any other reports? You mentioned Bill's report. Could you explain that?
It's a report generated, it is generated from the system. I put it in Excel, and it's all any bill we paid during the month.
Okay. So although you're not providing the monthly financial reports, you are providing the bills reports, which provides the monthly bills you paid for the month.
I was pretty up to date on those as well, but then in like March, I got behind on those. But I provided I think March to June this past council meeting, and I do have the bill pay reports to submit for the next meeting.
Okay. And any other reports that you can think of?
The staffing report is up to date. So personnel creates that report, and
that's a
they
little.
create it every month.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I cut you off.
Staffing report. Yeah.
And that's is that report a little easier to prepare because it's reporting who the staff is, right?
Mr. Leprezara, I hate to interject, but one, this is just going on. It seems like it's getting very repetitive, but this is not we're talking about reports. The charge has nothing to do with the bills report. It has nothing to do with the staffing report. It was very specific what this charge is. So if we can keep it to that, I know you've got all the minutes from 2 years, and we can go through, but...
I'm not going to go through all of them.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not going to do that. I was just pulling out a couple. I would just respond to the council president that the reason why I understand that the charge is not regarding bills reports or staffing reports, but what it demonstrates is, and the council is going to be the fact finder here, is that there are a lot of other reports that this finance director is responsible for and providing to the council at the council's request. But I'm done with that area.
Thank you.
I'll move on. Thank you. I'm going to, for the record, I'm going to give the clerk back Exhibit D.
Thank you.
So I'm now showing you Exhibit E, which is the City Council special meeting minutes for Monday, May 9th, 2022. And I'm going to go to page 3. This is a 3-page document, so the last page. Under Section 7, you see the title. It reads Discussion Regarding Staffing and the Significant Number of Current Vacancies.
Yes.
All right. So temp filled positions, there's a purchasing agent.
Yes.
Yep. Building official, city planner and zoning official. That's not your department, right? But read here, current vacancies. What does it read?
Assessor, former assessor, temp, purchasing clerk, tax clerk, and library, plus several highway positions.
And then what's the last line?
City treasurer works abbreviated hours.
Okay. So those vacancies were discussed at this May 9th special meeting. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I'll hand this back to the clerk, Exhibit E. Council President, I've concluded my direct examination
Okay,
of Ms. Chamberlain.
very good.
I have some crossed, Mr. President.
Mr.
Hi, Ms. Chamberlain.
Larissa?
I'm Attorney Larissa, counselor for Councilwoman Denise Sierra.
Okay.
I have a few questions for you. I think you testified that you're aware that the ordinances provide that you're to get financial reports to the council within 25 days after the end of each month, correct?
Yes.
And you haven't done that? You have to answer.
I'm behind, that's true.
And the complaint says that the November 21 report was not provided until March 15, 22, and the December 21 report was not provided until August 10th, 22. Is that correct?
Yes, I assume so.
Okay, you know
I don't
reason-
know the exact dates, but
Okay, let's try even more recent. I've become aware that the February and March reports were just provided yesterday to the council on October 3rd, 2022 for reports February and March 2022. Are you aware of that?
Correct, yes.
Is there a reason they were provided both together and both yesterday, right before this hearing?
Other than that, the information was available, so my collection specialist has been working on getting that data in the system for me, so I was able to issue those reports. Now we just finished April, so I'll be able to issue April, and April's a big month because collections are due, so May and June should probably run, be quicker.
Did the mayor or anybody associated with the mayor ask you to get those in just before the hearing?
No.
And you testified that you have not discussed the delay in the financial reports due to the council with the mayor. You said not recently. Is that correct?
Correct.
Has she discussed the issue with you at all since the complaint was filed in September?
No.
Has she discussed it any point in the summer?
No.
Any point in 2022?
Not that I recall.
Okay, has the mayor ever discussed with you the issue of trying to fulfill your the administration's responsibilities to get financial reports to the council in a more timely manner that you recall?
Yes, I believe so.
Some point before
Yes.
2022?
Yes.
Now, you've testified that you don't think you can get the financial reports in a timely way without additional support. Is that fair?
Yes.
Now, you also testified that you have a number of duties as a finance director, correct?
Correct.
And you have to prioritize which duties you're able to fulfill and which duties you can't fulfill in a timely manner. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And isn't it true that if the mayor said, this is an important issue that we comply with this ordinance, the council is entitled to more timely information than 5 or 6 months behind, and directed you to reprioritize and put that on the front burner, that you would be able to get the council the financial reports in a more timely fashion?
In a normal year, I would say yes. This past year, I would say it was impossible. We taxpayers, customer service had to come first. If I don't have the information in the system, I can't create the report. It was with the reval, with no tax assessor, there was, I mean, I would like to say yes, of course, but this year, no, it couldn't have been done, and we worked really hard. We got the budget out. The budget had March numbers in it. I mean, for revenue, I was able, like I said, I could take the figures from the vision system, the trial balance, and create the report for the revenue, but
And it's fair to say that because you did not speak to the mayor, or she didn't urge you in any way to get these financial reports in earlier, that the conversation we're having right now about the difficulties in your department never happened with the mayor about trying to get the financial reports in.
No, there was no conversation.
Okay. And in addition, the explanations that your counsel is soliciting from you tonight as to why the financial reports are so far behind, that information never has gotten to the city council of the city of Woonsocket from you, has it?
No.
And is it fair to say that your boss in the city of Woonsocket is the mayor of the city?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Just a quick follow-up. So Mr. Larissa just asked you, you haven't given this explanation to the council before, something like that.
Yeah, I don't recall having the conversation before.
You usually come to the council
Yes.
meetings?
Yes, I do.
Has the council asked you why the reports are late?
I don't recall being asked.
No further questions.
Thank you, Director Chamberlain.
So, Council President, what I'd like to do is I'm going to call the mayor right now.
Okay?
I may just address count 2 with her right now in order to provide kind of structured presentation. I may then call her back to deal with other counts, but I'd like to deal with count 2, so this way the council can take all our information on count 2, charge 2, if that's okay.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a question? Will this wrap up charge 2? Or is there more after this? Just asking. Are we wrapping up charge 2 tonight, like we did the other 3?
Well, just so we're clear, I wrapped up my cross-examination.
Might have other information
Yes,
on the other ones.
yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
No problem.
Thank you.
No problem.
Other minutes.
Actually, Council President, I'm going to call Cindy Johnston, and we'll deal with count 2.
Okay.
Charge 2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Spell both your names, please, for the record.
Cindy Johnston, Cindy, Johnston.
May I proceed?
Of course, yes.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry.
There's no problem. I was just asking. Good evening.
Good evening.
Are you the Deputy Finance Director?
I am.
And who do you report to?
The Finance Director, Christine Chamberlain.
And she just testified.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any role in preparing the monthly financial reports that are the subject of charge 2?
The role I play is putting in the information into the general accounting system so that she has the data that she needs to prepare the reports.
So what, because I'm not familiar with the data, what data are you inputting into the accounting system?
There's several different pieces of data. The biggest one is the revenue from the collection software. Also included is hundreds of transactions per month that require a journal entry. That can be anything from recording state RIPE money that comes in to reporting a debit card transaction to inputting miscellaneous cash receipts.
How long have you been with the city of Woonsocket?
The city of Woonsocket, I've been here 28 years,
And how long have you been the deputy finance director?
7 years.
And what position, what title, or what position did you hold before that?
Prior to that, I was the fiscal officer in the finance department for 5 years.
So you talked about your data entry, which is used as part of the monthly financial reports.
That's correct.
Do you play any other role in assisting Ms. Chamberlain to get those reports done?
Yes, I review the vacancy report every month for accuracy before I forward it to the director. I assist in making sure that all OPPA transactions are up to date so she can prepare that report. And I think that's about it. I mean, the bulk of my work in assisting her with the monthly reports is data entry into our general accounting software.
Do you assist, who prepares the actual proposed budget to submit to the city council for each fiscal year?
I do.
You do. Okay. I'm not going to have this marked. I'm just going to show Ms. Johnson the charter, specifically Chapter 7, which is entitled Budget and Finance, and specifically Section 6, Comparative Budget Tabulation. Do you see that?
I do.
Right. What does that mean to you? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
Well, it does list the items that you need on the budget tabulation for revenue and expenses.
Okay. And it actually details the information that's needed to, as part of the proposed budget. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. And if we look at Section 6 again, and where it says here, let me read the whole thing for the record. A detailed comparative budget tabulation shall accompany the budget. Estimates submitted by the mayor, which shall show and itemized and classified from the following. And then it goes on to say, for all items of revenue, subsection 1, the actual receipts of the first 9 months. You see that?
Yes.
What does that mean anything to you?
Yes.
What does it mean? What 9 months is that referring to?
It's the first 9 months of the FY, the fiscal year.
Okay. So the city council, and correct me because I always get the years backwards, but the city council, did it just pass fiscal year 2023?
That's the year we're in now, yes.
Right, which is July 1, 2022 to June 30th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
So in submitting the proposed budget for 2022, 2023, you would have been responsible for submitting the actual receipts of the first 9 months. Is that correct?
Yes, of FY '22.
Correct. So although you're aware the monthly financial reports are behind, correct?
I am.
Have you discussed that with Ms. Chamberlain?
Yes,
Did you hear her testimony tonight?
I did.
Is it accurate?
Yes.
Is she inundated with her job?
We both are.
How were you inundated?
I have a lot of tasks assigned to me. Do you want me to review them?
Yes, please.
Okay. As controller, I oversee the accounts payable activities, all payroll activities. The director and I divide and conquer to supervise the entire finance department. So I generally oversee accounts payable, payroll, and direct supervise of the personnel department. With the absence of the treasurer and tax assessor, I also took on the duty of overseeing purchasing and assisting the new purchasing clerk with her task. She's a very good employee, but it was a very big learning curve for her. So I took on the additional duties of helping her to learn the job and to do the job while she was learning. In addition to that, I am a member of the city's negotiating team. I am responsible for all the federal and state grant administration, financial administration, and if they're in a big portion of the federal grants is the HUD grants, which include CDBG, home grant, emergency shelter, CDBG care, and ESG care. As you alerted to in the staffing report, there are several vacancies in the planning department, major vacancies in the development division who are responsible for managing the HUD grants. Because I used to work in the planning department and I took over the duties of the, I'm trying to think of what his title was. I believe it was Federal Grants Accountant, which was eliminated prior to the Budget Commission because we were having financial difficulties. So that grants accountant duties fell onto the fiscal officer, which I was at the time. So because I am familiar with the HUD grants, with the vacancies in the planning department, I have been tasked to assist the planning department with those grants.
Thank you. So getting back to, again, Chapter 7, Budget and Finance, under Article 1, Budget, Section 6, we talked about in order for the administration to propose a budget to the council, it has to provide the actual receipts of the first 9 months, correct?
Correct.
So that 9 months for for fiscal year 2023 would have been, the 9 months would be July 1, 2021 to
March 31st of 22.
Okay. And you said you were responsible for preparing the budget.
Yes.
Did that get done?
Yes.
So the council received, as required by the charter, the actual receipts of the first 9 months?
Yes.
Okay. And how about, obviously, they would be estimated, right, from April, May, and June?
Yes.
The estimated receipts of the last 3 months of the fiscal year?
Yes.
Was that done?
Yes.
Okay. And also, for each item of expense, again, under Section 6, which would need to accompany the proposed budget, again, the actual expenses of the first 9 months, is that what the charter requires?
Yes.
Did you comply with the charter?
Yes.
And the council was provided July 1, 2021 to March 31st, 2022 of the actual expenses?
Yes.
And the same thing for that same time period, for the estimated expense of the last 3 months?
Yes.
That was all done, correct?
Yes.
And the council actually passed a budget for fiscal year 2023?
Yes.
hate to ask you this question. You're under oath, okay?
Yes.
You heard Ms. Chamberlain's testimony.
Yes.
Do you think that she can be doing anything else to get these reports in quicker?
Objection, opinion, question.
Sustained.
Is she inundated?
Yes.
And what is she inundated with?
Running the department as I am, as she stated, we're constantly being interrupted with phone calls, with employees coming in, with taxpayer issues. This year in particular, we had, I'd say, 3 major issues. The first one being the implementation of new general accounting software, which was very time-consuming. Nowadays, when you purchase software, you actually have to build it, and they only provide the shell. Very, very time-consuming. And we still have implementation issues, even with the general accounting software. The second big thing was the implementation of Vision 2.0 for the revalve and tax bills. It's no secret that there's been major issues with Vision 2.0. Again, very time consuming. And the third major thing is Vision also upgraded our Opal collection, utility and tax collection, and that still has major issues. And as Director Chamberlain identified, the biggest problem we have with inputting the data in the general accounting software is that that import file that gets created by Vision 2.0 from the collection software, those batch imports are not compatible with our new general accounting software.
So are all those things slowing down the monthly financial reports?
Absolutely.
So I asked Ms. Chamberlain this, but I'm going to ask you, what can be done in the finance department to fix this?
Two major things, and probably several more. We need more accounting staff.
How many more? And obviously we're dealing with the budget too, right? So it's not
I
no
would
wish
like
list.
2 full-time accountants, because the only accountants we have right now are Christine, myself, and Laura Doobie. And Laura Doobie was recently appointed as treasurer. So it's just Christine and ourselves and myself as accountants that have the knowledge and ability to maintain the general accounting software. The other major thing that needs to be done is we need to get that Vision 2.0 software upgrade working properly. And we are working with the computer programmers. They are limited in their staff. We are not the only community that is having issues. So their limited staff is trying to address their software upgrade issues with not just Woonsocket, but other communities. Our major priority in spring, late spring and early summer, was to get the tax bills out. So addressing with the computer programmers the issues we have with the utility and collection system were put to the back burner because we needed to get the tax bills out. Right now, we're working on getting the water bills out. So again, the issues we have with importing those collection badges into general accounting software is on the back burner because we need to get those water bills out.
So, 2 more accountants.
Yes.
How about administrative staff? Data entry? It sounds like there are people entering data that are maybe overqualified for that.
Objection, I don't even know if that's a question.
Yeah, sustained.
Anyone else you think your department could use?
For the whole department? Mm-hmm. Okay, so we'll break it down by divisions. In the personnel division, we should have 1 more full-time person. In controls...
Objection, Mr. President, to the extent this doesn't relate to the providing of the financial reports as opposed to a wish list from the finance department.
Sustained.
It does, because the finance department is inundated. So if the finance department's inundated, it cannot provide. Ms. Chamberlain is basically got 2 hands tied behind her back. And I think we're entitled to a hearing, and we're explaining to the council. And I would think the council would want to know what's happening with this department. And in fact, under Chapter 11, other departments and boards, the charter provides Article 4 advisory boards, where the council's now hearing, and I don't know why it hasn't heard beforehand, maybe it has, but it's hearing that there's issues in the finance department. So is this going to be, I gotcha, and we're going to blame the mayor why these reports aren't getting done? Or do we want to fix the problem? We could have, the council could appoint an advisory board. So I'm just asking for some latitude to have Ms. Johnston, who's intimately familiar with this finance department, to explain what is happening.
Well, and I get what you're saying, but, you know, I don't know an employee in the world that wouldn't say they want more help. We've got that. You made that point. So we get that. They need more help. They want more help. But I'm just saying, if you can...
I don't think it's a matter of want, because I asked her, obviously, they could have 20 people, but obviously the city has constraints.
Right.
And
like everyone does at home. So all I'm saying is, if we get the point you're trying to make. If there's another point, let's get to it. Please.
In terms of, I heard some issues with migration issues between the different programs.
Yes.
What's the status of that right now? Are those problems still?
They're unresolved.
Is the finance department making any headway with resolving those?
Like I just said, it's the same computer programmers from Vision 2.0 that are servicing other communities with the same issues, in addition to servicing our 2 platforms, which is the tax administration and utility and tax collection system. We have asked them in late spring, early summer to focus on correcting the software so that we could issue tax bills. Currently, we are asking them to take their limited resources and staffing of computer programmers to work on our water bills. Once that is complete, we will ask them to go back and address the issues we have with the utility and tax collection software.
Council President, that's going to be all my questions of Ms. Johnson on charge 2.
Okay. Before, Mr. Larissa, you go to your questioning, we have a request for a 5-minute recess. If we could have a motion. Motion made by Councilman Ward, seconded by Councilman Canoia to recess for 5 minutes. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. See you in 5.